and summer rec guides that go out to all of our residents' homes. We're going to continue to do this through that process, as it's a great tool to use. We've conducted presentations to several of our community organizations, including local religious leaders and the Chamber of Commerce. And this week I'll be giving a presentation to the United Against Hate Committee about this campaign. We also reached out to the California Apartment Association about spreading the word, and they're working within their community to make sure that residents in apartment buildings learn about this process and get involved. And then since March 14th, we've been working at the Chamber of Commerce's Fresh Market. We've had a booth there, which has given us a chance every Sunday to talk to people about the transition. We've had a lot of fun giveaways for people that stop and want to talk to me. And we've obtained feedback through this booth with community of interest worksheets. Additionally, I think it's important that I state that we've staffed this booth with council members. We've had our department heads there. And with the assistance of my favorite intern, Ella Geary, we've had several BHS students there. This has really become also just a touch point for the community when they have issues with the city, that they can talk to our department heads or our council members about things. So I think it's just been a great asset for all of us. This summer, we plan to continue conducting public outreach at the Fresh Market, but also we're going to have a table in front of Safeway to kind of diversify where we're at, and we're hoping to get a location in the northern end of Burlingame, so we are spread out throughout Burlingame. We'll be at park and rec events and any location that will have us, and we'll be focusing more this summer on getting people to start drawing on maps what their neighborhood is and what defines their neighborhood, and then what they think the district line should be. So lastly, I'd really like to acknowledge the hard work of my office. We are a staff of 1.8, and so it's been very incredible to watch the work of my assistant, Andrew Quokka, and also, again, of my favorite intern, Ella, on this campaign. So thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, so we'll move. Councilmember Coulson.
Really quickly, Megan, do you have any other interns other than Ella?
No, she is my one and only.
She's our favorite intern at the city.
Our favorite.
All right, let's move forward, and we will have Paul Mitchell from Redistricting Partners.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having us. I do want to point out that even my dog is a fan with the dog treats, dog toys, which is the first in all the redistrictings I've ever worked in. So your staff has been doing incredible work. It's great to have them and you partnering with us on this. I'm going to have Sophia give the presentation. That'll be the presentation that you're very familiar with, having seen the same presentation from me at the last meeting. It's important that we have these presentations so that the public can see and hear the same information that you're getting as we go into this process. And Sophia, just maybe if we can get it set up so that she can share her screen, that'd be great.
Yes.
You got it? Is that you, Sophia? Okay, it looks like Sophia's screen is working now. So I'll just introduce her and then I'll let her do the speaking. But Sophia actually comes from having previously worked with outside groups on redistricting. So her experience really brings a lot to this process in terms of being able to communicate with outside organizations that are really pivotal to the success of this effort. So with that, I'll just introduce Sophia Garcia, our Redistricting GIS and Outreach Coordinator.
Great, thank you, Paul. Can you guys all hear me? Okay, perfect. Excited to be here. Megan, that we've used a lot of the Burlingame stuff as examples for what jurisdictions can do. So your team is doing an amazing job. I have a dog as well, so if there's an extra one of those, I know you would love one, just saying. Yeah, as Paul said, today will be the second presentation that our team has done. Hopefully a lot of the folks that Megan and the city clerk's team has talked to are here tonight, and you'll be able to learn a little bit more about the process and then give your public comments. So today we'll start off. Let me go to the next slide. So today will just be an overview of a lot of the topics that we've talked about. We'll cover more in-depthly about the California Voting Rights Act. We'll go over the difference between districting, redistricting, and gerrymandering, and give you guys a couple of examples. Then we'll review some traditional redistricting best practices and principles. We have some 2010 population data for the city of Burlingame, and then some of the mapping that will be coming in the summer for your community to get involved in. So as Megan mentioned, Burlingame is under a California Voting Rights Act conversion. And so the state law prohibits any use of at-large voting system in local government if there is a racially polarized voting that's been shown. And so that's what the city is going through now. At-large is defined as anything other than a system in which elected officials lives in a district and it's only elected members of that district. And racially polarized voting is the differences in voting patterns if they can be shown to be correlated to race, religion, national origin, or membership. And as Megan mentioned, that has been shown. And so now Burlingame is moving to a districted system. So the California Voting Rights Act expands on some of the principles that are in the Federal Voting Rights Act. And while the federal law uses majority minority as a standard for vulnerability, the California Voting Rights Act only uses requires the ability to influence. So does a specific race or ethnic group have the ability to influence an election system? The other thing is that the CVRA requires that plaintiffs get full reimbursement for legal fees if they are associated with a successful challenge. However, these fees can be lessened or eliminated if the district follows a strict process. And the district right now is following that process. And so those fees will be capped for the city. So now that the city is moving from at-large to districts. So districting is the initial process of creating those elected boundaries. And these boundaries, they determine who is eligible to run for office in those specific districts. You have to live within the new boundaries that will be created. And then the community members, the voters, can only vote for someone in their specific district. It does not determine how the city itself decides to govern. So if all of the council members want to govern like they have been doing at large, if they want to show that their office, they're concerned and will listen to the community as city as a whole, and that's the city council members can determine how they want to do that. And districting also does not determine the relationship between the city and the public. So it won't change the way that you guys interact with your public. And then also it won't determine how you guys govern. It'll just determine who's eligible to vote for their new council member in their specific boundaries. The redistricting process, and so you guys are going through a conversion, so we're doing districting this cycle, and then you guys will do redistricting in 2030 in 10 years. And that process is in the Constitution, and it happens every year after the release of the US Census. And we know that the census this past year has been pretty different. Normally the census numbers would have been released at the end of March. There was a portion of the census numbers that were released, and that was reapportionment. So we know how many congressional seats every state will receive. However, the numbers that we need to start the redistricting and mapping process is projected we won't get those until the end of September. So in this time, Megan is doing a fantastic job so that we can get some more of that community of interest testimony. And then once we get that mapping software up, then we can start receiving some draft maps from the public. But we won't be able to release any of those draft maps until we get the 2020 data. So the term gerrymandering often comes up a lot when I tell folks that I'm in work in the redistricting business. I work for a consultant. A lot of folks always ask me about gerrymandering. So it's something that a lot of us sort of learn in high school, and it's a term that came from Gary Elbridge, and this is the cartoon sort of depicting his district. And a lot of folks think that this has happened and only happens decades ago, over a century ago. However, in 2001, there was a Senate district here in California that looked really similar to that. So this isn't something that, and this is actually a district that helped create the 2010 State Commission to help prevent this. And so a lot of us will go through like a thought exercise of sort of like thinking about how we can, if we sort of look at these triangles, what is one way that we can draw out the maps? And you can just go horizontal, and then you'll have 3 districts. And you'll see that there's 2 yellow districts and 1 green district. However, if you look at it a little closer, you can draw the districts in a way where the green districts will have more of an advantage because you split the yellow colors. So gerrymandering, this is one way that you can do it. That's why we have these redistricting principles to help prevent a gerrymander, help prevent drawing districts to disadvantage a specific population. So these are things that are ranked criteria. And so your council members will be using these while they decide and vote on the final map plans. The first criteria that they'll have to look at and really weigh is the criteria of equal population. And when we talk about equal population, we're talking about people, not citizens. So we look at the census numbers, and the census is open for everyone. So it's counting any person that was living in the US on April 1 of 2020, any baby that was born on April 1, 2020, and that is for people, not citizens. And so that's what we talk about when we're talking about equal population. And for the council members, there is some wiggle room between creating perfectly equal population between districts is not necessarily the goal. There is some room to move a 10% total deviation. So there could be, if we see that trying to keep a community together, and if we split that community, that will make us have the total equal population. That's not necessarily what this first criteria is for. It's to look at how can we create relatively equal population in conjunction with all the other criteria. So if keeping a neighborhood together or community together, if we can do that and we'll have like a 5% deviation, that's okay and acceptable under the law. The second criteria that you'll have to consider is contiguity. So having districts that are together and function. So there's 2 ways that we can think about that. There's literally contiguous. So if you zoom out of a map, you want to make sure that your districts are whole, they're touching. However, we also want to think about the functionality between districts. If there's a freeway that's cutting between an area, and if you zoom out on a map, it looks like those areas are together. However, if you try to get across, if it takes you about 10 minutes or 20 minutes to get from one side of the freeway to another, there's not an easy ramp to get on and off, then those districts might not be functionally contiguous. So this is another criteria that we'll have to determine and look at when deciding the final maps as well. The third one, and this is the one, again, that the city has been doing a fantastic job on, is trying to get testimony from the public so that the council members can use that when trying to keep communities of interest together. So community of interest, it can be, and the main one a lot of people think about is the ethnic and language minority groups, and those are covered under the Voting Rights Act. And some of the most common ones that we think about specifically here in California are Latinos, Asians, and African Americans. And while race is a community of interest, it cannot be the predominant factor when drawing districts. Some of the other communities of interest that we can think about, and the ones that we would love to give your testimony for, is folks living in specific, if you're living in an industry or you're farming or higher education, there's downtown or urban, rural or agriculture. But some of the questions you can think about as you're thinking about your community of interest, there's really three things. One, does your area have a common nature? Are there common things that bring your community together? Two, because we're talking about maps, is there a geography? Can you map out, can you draw out your community? Can you draw out the streets that connect it? And then the third thing is to think about, what does your community, what relationship does it have to the city? Are you affected by a policy? Are you affected by infrastructure? Is there something that your community relates to the interaction and the things that the city council are in charge of? So those are some three of the questions that you can think about as you're giving testimony or as you're filling out those communities of interest forms. The fourth one is following city, county, or local government lines. So we know that there are existing government lines. There's school districts, there's school attendance areas, there's water districts. So these are things that the council can look at and we can include in the maps for them to see as a criteria if they want to know that. And the fifth one is compactness. So keep districts compact. Again, we have appearance or function. And the measure of compactness can get a little complicated, technical, pretty mathy. We can talk about the ratio or circumference of a district, measuring the number of the district, or simply outlawing funny shapes. But California has a rather elegant definition that I think is something that I think is really easy to understand. So the definition for compactness in California is to not bypass nearby population areas in favor of more distant population areas. So we have a couple of examples to help you kind of let that sink in a little bit. And this is an example of a city, and we'll want you to look at the red district for this specific city, and we can see how it goes. It starts in the bottom and then goes all the way up to the top and goes to the left-hand side. And so that it bypasses portions of the blue district and it goes across a freeway to grab population on the top left corner. And so this is an example of a district that bypasses some of the nearby population in order to grab some population to the left so that it can have a relatively equal population for that specific district. Another example is this city here, where you can see it looks like just 4 candy stripes, where you have some portions that are so small they're only a couple streets across. And the blue district, again, starts at the top, goes all the way to the right. And you can see that there's portions where it's barely as big as that highway right there. So all 4 of these districts bypass nearby population in order to grab population further away so that they can be in districts. This specific one, 4 of the incumbents lived really close to one another. And so that's the way, in order to adhere to that first criteria of relatively equal population size, they had to draw the districts in these stripy way in order to get enough population for that. The fourth one is the city of Davis. And this one you may ask questions about why number 5 kind of looks like that funny shape down there on the bottom. But number 5 was drawn because it was functionally, that was the only way that it sort of made sense for the residents of South Davis. So I don't know if you can see, but if you look closer, there's like some train tracks that go right across the majority of the top district of District 5. And there's only 2 ways that residents and community members of that district can get across to the other parts of the city. And that's if you drive all the way on the west or east side of that district. So this is an example of something that may not look compact, but is actually compact in its function. So another thing to prevent a gerrymander is a new law called the Fair Maps Act, otherwise known as AB 849. And it starts this year for cities and counties. They have to follow additional criteria under this new law for transparency and process. And so it requires a lot more access points for the community to get involved. It doesn't use incumbency or candidacy as a community of interest. And it doesn't allow for drawing any district maps that advantage a political party. The biggest portion of this, one of the other criteria as well, is that all of the redistricting specific council meetings have to be time specific. So if there's a redistricting is one of the many things that the council will be discussing. Let's say like today, the redistricting portion was at 5:30. The council has to start on that time. And so one of those criteria really allows for community who want to give their testimony. They know what time they're going to do that. It requires to work more with community organizations to get the word out. Again, Megan with her summary earlier today, or earlier during this presentation, really sort of show all the work that Burlingame is doing. And so this is just another law, but I think Burlingame is doing a fantastic job in the transparency and process department. These are 2010 data. So here we'll just give sort of an example of what we may be looking at in terms of the district population size. So we'll be using the 2020 census data to actually draw our maps, but we'll for the 2010 data, the census population of the city was 28,806. And this population is used to determine the equal population or target size calculations that we're going to do when we draw districts later this year. So for a 5-district plan, that's about 5,761 residents. And with this, there would be no more than 576 residents as the deviation between the largest and the smallest district. So that's the 10% total deviation. So again, this is an example of what we may be looking at, but we won't know for sure what the full district sizes will be until that data comes out later this year. For determining the eligible voter population, we'll look at what's called the citizen voting age population, and that is through another data set from the census called the American Community Survey. And so this number is a little bit different. The total CVAP for the city in 2010 was 20,275. And then you can see the Asian, Latino, Black, and other percentage totals for the city as well. Like we said, like it's been said multiple times during this presentation and meeting, the city of Burlingame, any of their information is on their website for their, this is another portion that is part of the Fair Maps Act that's a designated website by the city that will be upheld for 10 years. And all the information about the California Voting Rights Act, the conversion, any past presentations, staff reports, all of the recorded hearings will be on that website. And then again, there's the community of interest form. And I looked at it earlier today, and you can, it's really nice. You can just populate it there online and then send it in. And then also we will get the Maptitude up and running during the summer so that folks can play around with the online software and then submit testimony and draft plans to the city to look at. So what's next is, again, this is our second public hearing. We've given this presentation twice, and so there will be more outreach online, and then the public hearings for the draft maps. The third and fourth one are to be decided, again, because we don't know when we don't have that final data yet, and then adoption as well. There's not a date for that yet. And that's our quick presentation, and I'll hand it over to the city.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I could. I'm trying
Vice
to-
Mayor Ortiz?
I eagerly await mapping tool. When did you say that? I heard you say summer, but I an idea that it was sooner than that.
I'll speak to that real quick. We're working on developing, on getting, there's a lot of echo. We're working on getting the mapping software up. We've been kind of arm wrestling with the vendor and working with your staff to try to get that running. It was having some problems with some of the themes that show different elements of the population and it'll make the system fully operational. So it's installed. We're just making those final edits, and it's been taking a lot longer than we'd appreciate. So we've been communicating to the mapping vendor that we need to get this working for you. It's not an issue that other cities haven't been having problems with as well. At least one other county has been working at the same rate we are, trying to get this software to work properly. So it's up, but it is just getting its little final last tweaks, and we'll be continuing to work with your staff on that. They've been great. We've been struggling, but we'll get it for you.
My question to you is, can you explain a little bit on how we kind of make that transition with the next two elections in 2022 and 2024, please?
Sure. And if you can help me out before I answer, how many seats do you have up this cycle?
We have three.
Three. So the way to think about redistricting is most people think of redistricting as a thing that like happens and then all of a sudden it takes effect. It's not really how it works with redistricting, because the process of transitioning from this election cycle to the next, or even a redistricting where you're changing boundaries, actually takes effect in a city over the course of 2 election cycles. So in 2022, you're going to have an election with 3 seats on the ballot. You'll get to, through this process, determine which 3 seats geographically or numerically are going to be the ones that are going to be up in 2022. So that first election happens in 2022. Those 3 people will get seated on the council. Now you'll have essentially almost a hybrid council. You have 3 people who were elected in their districts and 2 people who are still elected from their citywide election in 2020. And then in 2024, the other 2 seats come up for election. And then after 2024 election, now everybody's in the same districted election system. So it takes effect over the course of those 2 cycles. And when we get draft maps, we'll actually give you some suggested numbering systems, or we'll work with your staff or let your staff do those suggested numbering systems. A suggested numbering system would probably align to where incumbents live, so that you're not purposefully doing something where you're saying, well, this person was elected as a representative of District 1, and we're going to put their district on the other side of the city. It just doesn't make sense. So we don't know where the incumbents live. So we might make our first drafts with just like some order clockwise or counterclockwise or something. But when you do finally pass the lines, you're going to pass the motion to adopt the plan. And that motion to adopt the plan or a separate motion will be including the actual numbering system. One last final note, the law requires that you have your maps be public for 7 days before you vote on them. And you can't change that map. But it only requires that you have a possible numbering system identified. So the decision about what seat is going to be up in what election and the numbering of those seats is something that you can change at your last meeting when you finally pass the plans. The maps you cannot change, not substantively. You can only change the numbering. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from my colleagues before I open it up to the public? Okay. So on that note, I'm going to open it up to the public, and I will start with JC.
I'm sorry, I did not have a.
Do you not have a question?
No, I do not have a question. I do not have a question.
There's a phone number calling in. Mayor O'Brien, do you want to call them?
You're muted, Mayor O'Brien.
Sorry about that. I see the next hand is 957-551. Did you have a comment or a question? Okay. Megan, do we have any emails that came in?
Yes.
You want to read those for us, please?
We also just I think we all need to keep ourselves muted if someone else is talking. There seems to be a lot of feedback. So we just had a chat come in. It's from Michael. He said he would appreciate clarification. The only outcome that matters is that we redistrict according to the redistricting guidelines. We do not need to show an outcome related to the complaint that led to the redistricting. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's incumbent upon you to follow a process. The CVRA is not outcome-based in the sense of somebody's going to come through in 2 years or 4 years and 6 years and look at who's getting elected in these districts. It's simply that you need to follow a process in creating these districts that's fair, open, transparent, and follows all of the rules of the CVRA and the Fair Maps Act.
Might explain how it's different from the federal statute in that respect.
So it's different than the federal statute, and in some ways not different. The federal statute is really hard to enforce in a lot of jurisdictions unless there's a majority-minority district. And the federal statute is entirely, looking back at something that you did. There used to be Section 5 that was looking forward, making you get clearance on something before you did it. That Section 5 has never been operative in San Mateo County, but it was operative in many California counties. But under federal law, you still could face a lawsuit in the future if there was a minority group that could comprise 50% of the population of a district, and that you made you purposefully or even unknowingly drew lines that failed to provide that majority-minority district. So the federal law is really specific in that regard. The federal law also disallows you to draw districts solely based on race. So it does both things. It tells you you cannot draw districts based on race, but if there is a Section 2 requirement for you to create a district that is majority-minority, then it requires that you also don't fail to do that.
I'm going to ask the person who called in with the last 4 digits, 2488, if they have a question.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Sandra Lang. I have a question about the criteria that when you evaluate, you have, I think, 4 of them, communities of interest. Is there some method of how you would decide that one of those criteria or principles outweighs the other one? Thank you.
So you're speaking of the idea of equal population, compactness, and all of those types of criteria? I don't know if they can respond, but I presume that's what they're talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have 2 different acts, the California Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act, that we're going to need to comply with throughout this process. And there is a ranking of those criteria in that equal population, then following the Fair Maps Act or following the Federal Voting Rights Act, are the top criteria. And then after that, there are rank criteria of compactness, contiguous, protecting communities of interest, neighborhoods, and so on. And at the end of the list, you can even add in your own criteria. You could say, we're going to create an additional criteria where we, utilize in north, south, east, west construction of the districts or something like that, or we want them to be tall instead of long. You can do those additional criteria as long as they don't conflict with the prior criteria. And there is a balance in all of this as well, though. As an example, if somebody came to you with a plan where every district was 100% equal with the others, it wouldn't essentially trump all the others because it meets that one criteria better than any of the other plans. The criteria should be thought of almost as checkboxes. So you check the box that the plan is balanced, equal population. You check the box that you followed the Federal Voting Rights Act. You check the box that it is compact and that it is contiguous. And you go down the line checking the boxes to determine that the map meet all the criteria. And then once you have maybe several maps that meet the criteria, then it's about how you want to balance the district and which plan you feel best will serve the public.
Megan, do you have any other comments or from the emails you received?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the questions I received, what problem are district elections trying to solve that at-large elections caused?
So it's interesting because at-large elections at one time were the reform. So in the progressive era in California, they were seeking to try to eliminate those kind of ward boss kind of issues that were existing on the East Coast, and not have, Chicago style politics in California. And so they created at-large elections to essentially dilute the voting strength of any of those, political bosses or people handing out patronage for political corrupt, within a politically corrupt system. Unknowing to those people who were doing that over 100 years ago, what they ended up creating was a structure by which now kind of the self-sorting of certain minority populations in cities, counties, within school boards or any other kind of agency ends up diluting the voting strength of protected classes, of groups that are protected by the Federal Voting Rights Act and now identified and protected under the California Voting Rights Act. So what it's trying to do is end the vote dilution that exists in at-large elections that was 100 years ago seen as a benefit and now is seen as a problem.
Okay. Another question I received was, when will the district lines be drawn?
So we're following a process to, and I think, do we have the calendar up online?
Not for the next two hearings, since we don't know when that census data.
Yeah, so right now we're waiting for the census data. So we actually can't draw lines until after probably October, maybe October 30th or so of this year is when we'll actually have the data. And then the deadlines to complete the process are still also a little bit in flux. The state might be changing deadlines, but for agencies that don't have a primary, the deadline is expected to be mid-April. I believe you're going to be having, you have a set date already that you're going to be having the process done. Can you remind me of that, Megan?
Per our agreement with Mr. Shankman, we have to have it done by April, I believe, Scott. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say April 29th or something like that, but I didn't want to.
But, I personally would like it to be done ahead of that because I just think it's important that our candidates have time to figure out if they can run and start collecting their money and getting their campaigns together. So the sooner we can inform the community, the better. Looks like we got a couple chats.
You have it through, some through the chat.
Why only 7, or David says, why only 7 days between when a redistricting plan is available to the public and when elected officials vote to approve or disapprove? Seems like more time is needed for public input or for public feedback, yeah.
Well, it's actually a new law, and it's only in California that we've ever seen this be in effect, specifically for municipal governments. But it is intended to disallow any elected official to kind of cook up a redistricting plan the night before a meeting and then just walk in and vote on it, which is honestly how redistricting had been done for a lot of agencies for a long time. So 7 days, I think most of the groups that advocated for that, the groups in the social justice community, Common Cause, League of Women Voters, and all those groups fought for that 7-day window. And I believe they've been pretty happy with it. I haven't heard much in terms of groups pushing for that to be extended. Sophia might know because she definitely works with a lot of those groups, but generally I think they've been pleased with it.
Then Brooke writes in, our block has 8 homes representing 5 cultures. Our elementary school 3 blocks away is extremely diverse in socioeconomic, family components, sexual orientation, and race. We celebrate our diversity and work together as a community. This process is divisive and very costly for our small town. Additionally, we want voter representation more often than will be afforded by this process. Voting for one member every 4 years is very different than our current democracy. It feels as though this law was written to make the attorneys rich because our town had no way to defend its position, but rather must cave in and make the attorney rich. We also received a question in that says, the city is creating a new neighborhood on North Rollins Road. How will that be included in the district maps?
So when we draw lines, unfortunately, we're required by state law to use the most recent decennial census. So as soon as we receive the 2020 census, that's the data that we'll be using. We know that there will be, concerns about how complete that count was, about maybe some households, people not living there on April 1st, 2020, when, we had just started stay-at-home orders. And then also concerns about places where they've got new developments coming in. And then in addition to that, sometimes there's growth in cities that is less easy to see because instead of, it's easy to see a new home, but it's harder to see a family with 1 or 2 members in the family or kids coming back from college or other things that can impact population density within a city. So there are a lot of unknowns in reality as to population and potential changes, but there's not a lot of tools for us to use to, add to the census data and to use, as an example, an alternative data set to accommodate for those. The only thing that's in the council's purview is that 10% buffer. Sophia said that you essentially have that ability within a 10% window from the smallest district to the largest district to make any account for any issues. It might be not wanting to split a neighborhood. It might be wanting to create a district that achieves a Federal Voting Rights Act requirement. And it also could theoretically be that there's a new development in an area, so you put that on the low end of the districts, a little bit underpopulated because it's going to grow, and other districts are a little bit overpopulated. And as long as you're within that 10%, that's totally fine. It's one of those additional criteria you could choose to use. The reality, however, is that oftentimes when we get through the entire process, that's only going to allow you a little bit of leverage. Changing a district from being 200 over to 200 under isn't necessarily going to make a huge difference in a redistricting plan.
Another question we received is, why aren't districts based on voting population size?
Well, the Supreme Court has been very, very clear, even as recently as 2017, that the basis for redistricting is whole population. Now, there is a conflict, essentially, between 2 ideas within the redistricting world. The first is that districts should be equal size for representation. So if I have a pothole and somebody on the other side of town has a pothole, we each have equal representation. It would be very diluted if, as an example, we did a redistricting once in a place where one district had 12,000 people, the other district had 100,000 people. It's very diluted when you live in a place with 100,000 people and your ability to complain about a pothole is 8 times less than the ability of somebody in a 12,000 person district. So equality and representation is one element, and then one person, one vote is the other element. The idea that people have the equal ability to elect. But the problem with utilizing other potential data sets is that they can be prone to a lot of errors. And the Supreme Court has essentially said that until they see a better functional data set, that the default that they want to continue to be used in redistricting will be that total population, which is more in the lane of equal representation.
I got an email in from Lily. She says, "Thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion about redistricting in Burlingame. My main concern about the city being split into 5 districts is that there will be further polarization of interest among different districts and that much time/effort will be spent coming up with acceptable compromises. I'm more concerned about conflict and lack of good policies for the overall city, which is after all less than 31,000 in population, than I am by representation of neighborhood interests. I don't believe that the original purpose for redistricting, assurance that Asian Americans will be equitably represented in city government, will be achieved. From what I understand, the city A, has no data on where Asian Americans reside in the city, and B, the success of redistricting is not evaluated at the end against final ethnic representation of the city council or the ethnic makeup of proposed districts. Even drawing up districts based on ethnicity makes the major assumption that Asian Americans vote as a monolith or will necessarily vote for someone of their own ethnicity. As a progressive/independent voter who has a similar ethnic background as former Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao, I disagree with her on many measures and would never vote for her. One suggestion I have for how districts should be drawn up is to assure that the districts have a mix of perspectives. For example, it may be very easy to draw up the districts by traditional geographic neighborhoods, i.e. downtown versus, say, Easton Addition, but that would mean potentially widely disparaging interests between, say, business owners and residents or renters versus homeowners. I have been/am a member of all 4 groups. City council members who represent mixed districts would be compelled to consider the views of both groups in their districts versus perhaps heavily favoring one group or another. They would need to come up to a compromise for their own district before discussion/voting at a council meeting. Other factors, if available, like age, median income, etc., could also be considered. Finally, it is also not lost on me that for the last few decades, Republican and conservative forces have used redistricting as a means to quietly and persistently push their agenda and suppress the political power of various disadvantaged groups, whether that be Asian Americans, women, LGBTQ+ folks, the poor, the disabled, etc. I hope that does not happen in Burlingame.
I apologize, but there is some activity going on in the notes that I think we need to take off, and then we can continue back. In the chat, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna make it so they can't chat with anyone. Okay, we did get a question in from Ray Larios. Can Mr. Mitchell reiterate a tentative timeline from getting the data to the final date the city has to finish the process?
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, the requirement under the agreement was in April that the process would be done. Now, county registrars will be implementing the new district lines in essentially 2 waves. They're going to deal with agencies that have primaries, so legislative, congressional, county supervisors, any other cities that have primaries. They're going to work on those boundaries first and take care of those before the primary. Cities and agencies that don't have primaries are required to get their plans to the county registrars under timeline right now, which is in April. However, it's most likely that the county registrars aren't actually going to be processing those boundaries until after they complete the June election. So the timeline won't change in regards to the county administration of those new boundaries, but they will have those in place in time for the filing to open under kind of the regular time frames that they've always used.
Just so the public is aware, I had to close the chat. We need to use that only to ask questions. And if it's used inappropriately, you will be removed from the meeting, but you can always watch the rest of the meeting via YouTube. But we need to keep it professional and courteous via chat because we're human and you should be able to do that. I think Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Megan. Actually, before we go to Councilmember Brownrigg, we do have someone from the public that did raise their hand because I have not closed the public comment. So we have Michael Batat. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
No, that's perfect, Mayor Keegan. Thanks. So I appreciate the fact that the folks from Redistricting Partners are experts in this process. Can you talk beyond following just the law, which sounds like it's complex to be able to do that? I'm assuming, and I think the previous commenter alluded to that in the email, that there are some potential downsides if we do this wrong. What are some of the downsides that we should be aware of that you're going to be helping us through to ensure that we're getting a good outcome, not just following the law, but also ending up with, I think, the sense that we are still one city and that we're working towards a common good for all of our citizens. Thanks.
Well, I think that the primary thing we can do, and your city staff has already been kind of really doing an extraordinary job in this area, is help facilitate the outreach and help bring the focus of the redistricting process to the communities of interest, rather than to political or individual concerns that might be attached to the redistricting process. And we will also make sure that all the data is available in a real timely manner. We'll make sure that the data for the ethnic populations is there and the legally required portion of that called the citizen voting age population. Another thing we're going to be doing is making sure that any maps that come in, any community interest forms, that the staff and the council has access to those. And we actually produce those in 3 formats: a PDF, a Google map, so somebody can zoom into an actual address, and then also into a file, which is a specific file used by outside organizations. And we'll continue to work with the outside organizations, not only in your city, but throughout the state, to make sure that this process is, staying kind of at the top notch of open, transparent processes under the CVRA. And that's, I think, all we can do. I think the fact that the council has been so supportive of this and the staff has been working so hard on it is a good signal for us going forward.
Thank you. I see Ray Larios has his hand up. So I just want to preface that normally we only allow someone from the public to speak once. But since we have some time left, I will let you ask a second question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for answering my prior question. I only have one quick question. Is the possibility of 4 seats and an at-large mayor permutation possible from the possible outcome from this districting process?
So that would be a decision by the agency. And so I would defer to the council as to whether or not that was something that they wanted to get into. And also the process that they might have is something that we would defer to their legal counsel as to what is possible in that arena.
Yeah, that would be something that would be decided or would need to be decided this summer by the council, so that then Paul would have his marching orders on how to draw the district lines. So that would need to be done at its own council meeting.
All right.
A couple more emails in, Mayor O'Brien.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. This one.
Actually, you know what, Megan, before you do that, I want to just ask one more time from the public that I see here in attendance. Does anyone else have a comment and or question before I close the public comment and we go on to emails? Okay, so on that note, please, Megan, continue.
Sure. This one came in from Tom Payne. And Susan Payne. They say, we understand that there are legal precedents that appear to dictate district elections in cities where there is evidence that specific minorities have been prevented from electing a representative of that minority to the city's governing board. How this standard applies to Burlingame is unclear, but apparently the council has been advised that Burlingame is vulnerable to an adverse ruling in a suit challenging at-large elections. The downside to district elections is the development of factionalism in our city, pitting one ethnic group against another, residents against businesses, neighborhood against neighborhood. I believe that the best way to avoid that result is to divide Burlingame into 5 east to west districts that incorporate all the disparate interests reflected in the areas from the Burlingame Hills to the Bayside. This includes single-family residential neighborhoods, multifamily, duplex, quadplex, and apartments, businesses on Burlingame and Broadway, El Camino, and California Drive, and the office, hotel, and commercial developments along Rollins Road and east of Bayshore. This framework would permit each council member to represent all interests in Burlingame rather than the narrow interests of one conflicting group. We understand that there is a community meeting to discuss the districting issue currently scheduled for May 3rd. We believe that that meeting will be much more productive if the city circulates written materials reflecting the historic background of the districting movement, the input that the council is receiving from the professional consultants advising the city, and the results of prior outreach efforts among the public. It would also be helpful to know who is behind the demand for district elections, and whatever evidence has been presented should show the need for district elections in Burlingame. District elections are likely to be divisive. We should do everything possible to minimize that result. Creating districts that reflect the cross-section of interest in our town will have that effect. I would just say we do have most of that information. It's all on our website, burlingame.org, / I think, district elections. So you can see the demand letter and what went into our decision to move to this. And then I had a couple more final questions I got through email. What happens if a council member moves out of the district that they are representing?
So I'll pass that off to your legal counsel to determine what might be in your actual charter, if there's any specific provisions. Generally, if somebody were to move out of office, out of their move the residents out of a council district after the district election system had been in place, so they ran in that district, then they would not be eligible. I do want to be clear, though, when we go to district election systems, the fact that a council member happens to live in a district area, it only is operative if they've been elected to that district area. There will be council members who are living in an area that were elected citywide.
And I will just jump in to say, I think that is exactly right. And I don't know anything else in our city code that would negate that. But thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be treated the same as if they were elected by their district, and once we fully transition, we treated the same as if they had moved out of the city itself. And then one last question that I got: what happens? And I got this a lot at the farmers market. What happens if no one wants to run from a district? I will say, to answer this myself, that after working at San Mateo County elections, we often saw that when an incumbent wasn't running in a district or for a seat, that it really opened up the race and a lot more people threw their hands in to run. And we even see that on this council. I think Vice Mayor Ortiz still talks about how many candidates he ran against when he had an open seat election, and 9. So it just happens. When seats start to open up, there becomes more people that show up and want to be a part of our council. And that's
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Council Member Brownrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I may have a comment later on, but this is a question, and it was sparked by one of the emails, and then in a way alluded to also by Mr. Payne. And that is, are we allowed to have areas that are non-districted at all? And so, for example, we have a commercial district that's east of 101 that has no residential inhabitants, although it has 3,000 hotel guests and countless number of office workers and so forth. Are we allowed to leave that area undistricted?
No, every part of the city would be in a district, even if it's unpopulated. There could be subtle things about how you do it, but yeah, everything would be in a district.
So that's super interesting, and it will almost necessarily mean that we breach one of those guidelines about not having to cross a freeway and so forth, in terms of contiguousy.
So you're saying that this is an area that is really kind of functionally not contiguous to the city itself?
Correct.
Yeah. So in that case, just like a literal island, you would draw it closest to the area that it's closest to, or how you get there. So there might be a road that you use.
Sorry, I get that. Like Key West or something. I think the challenge, and Mr. Payne's question alludes to this, is that I personally would be uncomfortable with one council person representing what is a very lucrative commercial district. Like that, I don't think would be good for the city, and I think it, potentially is unfair. So is one allowed? So basically what Mr. Payne is recommending is 5 slices, basically east-west, if you want to think about it like that, all of which would include the Bayside, even though there might not be a bridge for one particular council person's district, if you see what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and it might come down to whether or not the facility or that area is in one census block or so. I know from the San Mateo Harbor District that there are 2 harbors, one on the east side, one on the west side. The one on the east side actually is in 2 different census blocks. And so when we did that redistricting, there were actually 2 harbor commissioners that represented, that actually had a little bit of that facility. So it really will come down to the census geography, whether or not something like that would be even possible.
Okay, thank you, I guess.
Councilmember Beach, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and special thanks to our city clerk and her small but mighty office that has done just an extraordinary job with the outreach so far and continues to do so. Following up on one of the questions from a member of the public, just to make sure I have it straight in my head, I noticed as far as the number of days where the public can get feedback on the district maps. Sounds like advocates like the 7 days. People are generally happy with that, but could we extend that time if we wanted to, or is that a lockstep, must be 7 days?
No, it can obviously be more than 7 days. And generally what will happen in practice is that you'll have a draft set of maps that goes up, but maybe you're not having your council meeting or meeting on it for 10 days or 2 weeks or something, but it's up on the website. And then when you have that meeting, you might make an amendment to a plan or make a new version and then post that up, and those old maps will still be there, still be operative draft plans. And now you'll have a couple more draft plans. And so those will always be on the website. There will be plans that have been on the website for a month. It's just important that nobody shows up the day before a meeting and, brings one out. There is a small, subtle difference that if we're in the last few days of the redistricting, like the deadline is upon us, that you can have less than 7 days. But it is definitely the best practice to do that, and we'll probably far exceed it.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to go ask Councilmember Brownrigg, because I'm not clear on, and we're talking about the Bayside as the example of that one island, that if it were connected to, say, the Lion Hogue area, and you seem to think that that is unfair, and I'm just curious why you say that.
Oh, I haven't thought deeply about it, Councilman Ortiz. I had just imagined in my head that we were only districting the places where people lived. But for for a council person to feel that they are the sole representative of the hotels, for example, I think creates a weird potential conflict in the future. Or if somebody feels that they are the sole representative of the automobile district. These are powerful financial interests in our city. And it makes me uncomfortable to think that one seat would represent those interests and not, I guess I sort of fall into Mr. Payne's way of thinking, which is the best districts would be ones where you had a bit of everything so that, we try to fight back against the fragmentation that I think a number of us worry about. So that's what I was reflecting on. I just think, I think when it comes to neighborhoods, quite honestly, we're all very similar. But when it comes to the business districts, there are really some very distinct differences. So anyway.
Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. So I'm less worried about that, frankly, because say, for example, a business interest like the automobiles wanted to come to the council with a discussion around rezoning or something, or housing or business tax or something. Just having their one person that is sort of overlaid on their district, it doesn't get you anything. They would need to discuss this or whatever their issue or concern was with at least 3 members of the council, even if they're not representing their district, because whatever their urgency is or their issue is, and this kind of would go for anyone, whether it's the downtown or Broadway or whatever, that one representative cannot carry a vote. And I think our Congresswoman Anna Eshoo said it really well, which is she has to get 217 other people to go along with her. So the fact of the matter is, to get anything done in Burlingame, you have to have at least 2 other votes to go along with you. So that will by nature just cross over and build, sort of necessitate having a broader conversation and make policy that stretches out and doesn't inure one particular district, but is in fact beneficial for the entire city as a whole. At least I would think that that is the way it would operate. To me, I wouldn't feel like I represent maybe the people, but in terms of businesses, non-voting entities, I would feel like they would have access to the whole council for their, through the chamber and the DBIDs, et cetera, through whatever interests them.
And we also have subcommittees that meet with them too, whether it's the chamber or the economic development, subcommittee, or whatever other projects that we're working on that are maybe related to capital improvements. So they're still going to talk to multiple council members and not just the one council member that represents their district. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? We have a few minutes left before our council meeting. Councilmember Coulson, did you have another?
Yeah, I had one more comment, which is there was a question brought up today about 4 districts and a mayor. I just want to point out that structure only exists in one city in all of San Mateo County, and that's San Bruno. I think that by and large, every city and even the supervisors are elected by district with a rotating president of the supervisors and a rotating mayor. I personally have really supported that because I think it doesn't elect, essentially you could have potentially 2 representatives in one district, or you would definitely have that. And I just think the sort of collaboration and the courtesy and all the lovely things that go along with a rotational mayor, and the fact that that particular individual, it would rotate through the city, and that individual would have an opportunity to sort of maybe, keep the city's perspective, but might have a particular issue or project, like say, for example, the Lion Hogue neighborhood. Now that was a perfect example where a lot of council people from across town knew there was an issue there. But to me, the way we have it structured and what we have now, to me, is very fair. It's very effective. And I just would continue to support the structure that we have right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Coulson. Let's go with Vice Mayor Ortiz, followed by Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I agree with most of the comments against the district elections. I find that, we have to do it, and I'm going to, we'll go along, but I do find that some of the issues raised will be a problem. I do like the mayor concept because it does create at least one at-large individual that can kind of help put things together and help work within the districts. So I'm not opposed to that one. I think we should look at that one. But again, and as far as the commercial areas, I agree with Councilmember Coulson. I don't see how. I don't share that concern that Councilmember Brownrigg has. I don't see how that is unfair. I agree that we'll end up having to deal with it as a full city when we deal with our commercial concerns. So I don't see that concern, but that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't repeat comments I've made in the past, but I certainly endorse the comments of Ms. Hill, who points out that there's a lot of diverse opinions and it's not really affected by the street that you live on. So I don't approve of the process, but I'm resigned to the process. Having said that, I do want to plant a question for people in the public and also my colleagues, which is one thing I've been wondering about in my own mind, and I really speak now as a voter more than a council person, is what are the chances that if you're in a neighborhood, and I have to say I reflect a little on Portola Valley, where they often get just one person running for a seat. Now they're they're a different community and so forth, but what are the chances that one person winds up sort of locking up a neighborhood and then it's there for a very long time? And so for the first time, I'm wondering about term limits and whether this city ought to consider term limits as part of this election or sort of democracy redo here in Burlingame. And I'm not saying I advocate for them. I just become concerned about the idea of one person kind of locking up a neighborhood for a very long time and neighbors feeling like I can't really vote against him. He lives right here and stuff. So at some point I'll raise that more officially, but I welcome members of the public to be thinking about it, plus and minus. Again, I'm open-minded.
All right, I just have one comment that I'd like to mention in regard to at-large mayor. I actually strongly disagree with that suggestion. I think that defeats the purpose of the district elections. The purpose is trying to be as equal as possible. And a mayor serves, I guess it'd be up to the council how long that mayor would serve, whether it's a 2-year like San Bruno or a 4-year, but that gives a lot of power to one person that's in a district who's accompanied by someone else in that district. And I think the way Burlingame and most peninsula cities have done for many, many years is doing it on a rotation basis. And then at least you can say at some point, every district has been represented year after year after year. So I would rather go, a way that is much more equalized than an at-large mayor that has a little too much power. Councilmember Beach.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I concur with those comments. I think a rotating mayorship works better all around for the dynamics, watching other cities. Thank you.
All right, so if there are no other questions or comments, I would like to thank Ms. Garcia and Mr. Mitchell for your presentation, very informative. And I hope that the public was able to gain a lot of additional knowledge, and we do hope that you continue being involved in this process. And thank you again to Megan and her staff for all the work that you have put in this. You have just done a phenomenal job. And I look forward to learning a lot more about the districting once we have the census data, and then we really start kind of the hands-on, maps. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting discussions, and we'll get to a compromise at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a question for clarification. Megan, do we stay on the same Zoom link?
Yeah, we should just
Okay.
take a 9-minute pause.
Very good. So that's what we'll do. It's now 6:51. So we will resume at 7 o'clock on the dot.
Mayor O'Brien.
I think we have all our council members present.
Mayor
Okay.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Before we begin, I just want to inform the public that we have the chat feature is off for tonight because of an earlier incident. So if you would like to submit a comment during this meeting, you can do so through public comment at burlingame.org, or you can raise your Zoom hand and we'll call on you during the appropriate time.
Thank you, Megan. All right. Welcome to our city council meeting on the 3rd of May. And we will start with Council Member Colson saying the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Certainly. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Okay, wait a minute.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So sorry, guys. I'm pulling a Margaret tonight.
All right. Let's have roll call, Megan.
Yeah, Councilmember Beach.
Here.
Councilmember Colson.
Here.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
Present.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Present.
Mayor O'Brien.
Here. We did not have a closed session. We had a study session on redistricting. And I'm going to go right into the upcoming events. So excited to say that we are looking toward reopening the library on the 15th of June. So the Burlingame staff is working on a reopening plan at the moment. So we definitely hope to open on the 15th. A reminder that the Skyline Park is closed for moving or mowing and grading until 4 o'clock on, it would have been helpful if I had the date. Margaret, are you on that you would know what date it is?
I can look it up, but give me a minute and I'll.
Okay. For some reason, I think it's the 4th, but I'm not 100% sure. You can look that up. I'll keep going and then we'll fill in at the end. There is the Storm Drain Citizens Oversight Committee actually has 2 vacancies. So if you are interested in applying, please do so. And applications are due on the 10th of May. May 15th, through the Parks and Rec Department, we have a night under the stars, the 80s, from 3 to 7 p.m. You can register through the Park and Rec. There is going to be miniature golf and lots of family-friendly activities. Also, there is an opening on the Library Board of Trustees. There's 1 seat. It's for a 3-year term, and the deadline is on the 21st of May. And just a reminder that we do have our farmers market on Sunday. So please come and join downtown Burlingame and wander around. We have some great vendors there, and it's from 9 to 1 on Sundays. And then Margaret, were you able to find that date?
Not yet, still looking.
So what I'll do when we have a pause a little later, I will just come in with the reminder on that. And I apologize, I didn't have that date from the very beginning. Okay, so we are going to move into presentations, and we're actually going to start first with a proclamation recognizing May as Mental Health Month. I think this evening we have Jean Perry and Chris Rasmussen for the San Mateo County Health, Mental Health, and Substance Abuse Commission. And if you're here, I'd like to see your video. Perfect. Hi, Jean, how are you?
Great, thank you.
Good. So I will actually first go over a little bit of the proclamation, and then if you'd like to say a few words, you are more than welcome to do so. How's that sound?
Thank you.
Okay, so we are recognizing May as Mental Health Month, whereas mental health and freedom from substance use issues is a fundamental to the overall health and well-being of all community members in Burlingame, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, and economic status. And whereas mental health and substance abuse conditions affects 1 in 4 adults in the US, in 2019, and estimates suggest that 1 in 4 adults with a mental health condition are not receiving the help they need. Whereas mental health and substance use condition are as treatable as other health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use issues can recover and lead a full, productive life. And whereas stigma prevents many from seeking services and support, education and contact with those sharing stories of hope and recovery are key to reducing this stigma. And whereas the 2021 May Mental Health Month focuses on the theme, Hope for Change, the past year has brought unanticipated changes, leaving us to face these challenges and transform. Hope to Change reminds us to spread hope and rely on the hope that carried us through a year of change. And whereas San Mateo County Mental Health Planning Committee and partners have organized over 21 free virtual events that feature open mic, music, art, films, pet children's stories, speaker panels, and more. And whereas the San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services staff, community partners, and clients and consumers and family members dedicate themselves to promoting wellness, resilience, recover, inclusion, equity around mental health and substance abuse conditions and issues. So therefore, I, as mayor, I do hereby recognize May 2021 as Mental Health Month. So Jean, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council and residents of Burlingame who may be viewing this meeting. Thank you for taking a few minutes to draw attention to our community's mental wellness. Mental Health Month is one of the best times of the year to increase awareness and inspire action to reduce stigma against those facing mental health and substance use challenges. San Mateo County joins our state and our country in celebrating Mental Health Month in May. Lime green is the national color for mental health and represents how we want to bring a bright light to an important issue that may be hidden or seen negatively. The 2021 Mental Health Month virtual events are an opportunity to share helpful information and let you know you are not alone. You can find them at smchealth.org/MHM. Whether you have experienced a change in your wellness with COVID-19 and all the events of the past year, or you have a loved one who is living with mental health or substance use challenges, please accept our invitation to join us in sharing your wisdom with the wisdom of your fellow residents of San Mateo County during one of our almost 50 Mental Health Month events. They are addressing different age groups. There is one on perinatal mental health, as well as children's events, teen events, and events for older adults. There are events that relate the arts to mental health. So our poet laureate, Eileen Casanetto, will be favoring us with her artistic productions during one of the open mic events. There are trivia events, music events, story time for kids, and panels of people with lived experience of that can share with you the ways in which their recovery has become possible, and you will have the opportunity to share as well during these events. There's yoga, meditation, live music, solutions for supportive homes. So finally, I hope you will attend and share one or more Mental Health Month events, wear lime green, and talk openly about mental health with others this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry, for coming here this evening. And I know San Mateo does a phenomenal job through their behavioral health services, and it's helped a lot of people especially during the pandemic that we have been experiencing this past year. So thank you all for your dedication and commitment in helping our community. All right. On that note, before I go to the next presentation by the Youth Advisory Committee, back to Skyline Park, it will actually be closed until 4 o'clock on Wednesday, May 5th. So thank you, Margaret, for that. All right. So let's start with the presentation in the from the YAC.
So I was going to say, never mind. We have to bring Nicole in.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to bring them all in, the presenters.
All right. And I will do my share screen. All right, hopefully you can see our presentation slide. Wonderful. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Nicole Houghton, Recreation Coordinator for the Parks and Recreation Department. And one of the program areas that I have the pleasure of overseeing is our Youth Advisory Committee. The committee is comprised of 13 7th to 12th graders that either go to school or live in Burlingame. And this year was quite a different journey for our teens, just like the rest of the world. And they had to adapt to using technology even more than they already do, virtual programs and events, while still trying to find meaningful ways to connect with the community. So without further ado, I have 5 of our YAC members here on tonight that are going to share about what they've been up to from January for the remainder of May. And with that, I'm going to have Cameron introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Cameron. I'm a junior at Aragon High School, and this is my first term on YAC.
Hi, I'm Shireen. I'm a junior at Burlingame High School, and this is my first term on YAC.
Hi, my name is Ethan. I'm a sophomore at Burlingame High School, and this is my fourth term on YAC. Sylvie?
Hi, my name's Sylvie. I'm a freshman at Burlingame High School, and this is my second term on YAC.
Hi, my name is Karina. I am a senior at Burlingame High School, and this is my second term on YAC. So the last time we met, we discussed events from September through December, and now we are here to tell you what we've been up to for the last 5 months, which Sylvie will continue to tell you more about on the next slide.
Yes, well, one exciting thing that we were able to experience was that City Clerk Megan was able to come speak with us about Burlingame switching from at-large to district elections. And actually today, I believe at 5:30, they were able to host a virtual public hearing on the redistricting process. And I hope that went well and that you were able to answer some questions. Anyway, it was also great. I personally, and I believe our other YAC member, Tiana, volunteered at the farmers market booth where we were out, able to help spread the word and just go to some concerned citizens if they would like to hear more about the process. But overall, it was a really great experience, and it's just able to help make sure that Burlingame's voting process is more fairly represented.
All right, so this year we've had the pleasure of hosting 3 movie discussions to provoke conversations around topics such as social justice and equality. And our goal in doing this was to really just create a safe environment where we could discuss important issues, and I think we definitely did that. Our most recent discussion was actually around 2 weeks ago surrounding the movie The Farewell. And it was a smaller group than what we were used to, about 20 participants, but that actually ended up being for the better because it was a really small group and we were all able to talk to each other in one room. For me, I really enjoyed learning about the many stories and cultures of many individuals in the room, whose stories were really beautiful and eye-opening for me in a lot of ways. And it was a teaching moment and a learning moment, which I thought was really awesome.
We've also supported Ms. Namrata and Sarah from the Burlingame Collaborative to make an intergenerational cookbook, which will include recipes from Burlingame seniors, photos from seniors and students, and artwork from elementary school kids. It has really brought our community and our different generations together. Throughout March and April, students from YAC and other groups were paired with Burlingame seniors to interview them virtually or in person, and over 45 student-senior matches were made. These pictures are from the cookbook draft, and in the far right photo, it shows that Shireen safely visited her senior couple in person, and they really enjoyed talking, so they plan to meet again. For me, I was the first person to have an interview, and it was so much fun to connect with a senior that I never would have met otherwise. I got to hear about her recipe and its holiday traditions and how it got passed down in her family. I thought that was so sweet and unique. I'm excited to announce that it is planned to be published and readily available around mid-May, and the proceeds are going to Call Primrose, a local food distribution center. So please look out for it.
On March 13th, the Parks and Rec Department hosted a Night Under the Stars event, and YAC volunteered at this. This was one of the few in-person events that we were able to put on for the year, so a lot of families were super excited for it. We ended up having 75 families registered with a wait list. At the event itself, we served food like prepackaged barbecue. We had events like mini golf and outdoor activities, including jumbo Jenga and horseshoes. Personally, I just loved seeing all the kids and even their parents just be a little bit more carefree, knowing that we were there to keep things sanitary and safe for them. And I'm so glad we were able to be a part of such a memorable event. Because the event was such a success, we're planning on having another one in the future, and we'll talk more about it in the coming slides.
So we also had an egg hunt, and over 300 people over that registered, and it was a really amazing experience. I personally had the honor of being the year's bunny, and it was amazing seeing the little kids super excited, a little freaked out, and some burst into tears. But besides that, it was a great experience, and I did get to do some dancing to some nice songs as well. There was a pancake breakfast, and YAC and YAB members volunteered, and I am sure that they also had a wonderful time as well.
This year, we've been very fortunate to have 2 YAC socials, and although many youth and teens across the Bay Area have been experiencing a challenging time during this pandemic, this was an awesome way for all these different youth committees across the Bay Area to get to socialize, network, and inspire each other. And we had over 140 teens connect through Zoom to exchange ideas and discuss mental health and social justice issues. And I found this to be a really awesome opportunity since I was able to talk to people from different cities and learn how they're interacting with their community.
All right, so given that COVID is very much still a thing, we wanted to create masks as part of our social justice initiative this year. So we designed a mask with a peace sign and this phrase, Burlingame stands united against hate, which is extremely important given the events that have occurred over the past year. So far, we have sold 36 masks, and we wanted to say a special thanks to Councilmember Brownrigg for purchasing our masks, and a special thanks to Councilmember Colson and Mayor Keegren for spreading the word about our masks at the last farmers market where we both were. And if any of you would like to purchase these masks, Nicole has emailed the link to the public comment chat.
They're super comfy.
As Shireen and Mayor Kieran said, the Park and Rec's last Night Under the Stars was so successful that we have another one in a couple weeks on May 15th. It's now from 3 to 7, so a little earlier since it got kind of chilly and dark last time. And instead of just original, it's now 80s themed. Like the first Night Under the Stars, the Park and Rec Department will be hosting, and we will be helping with setting up the games and sanitizing them and just having fun with all the Burlingame families. I volunteered at the miniature golf course previously, and I got to meet in person with my fellow YAC members for the first time this year and see so many families getting out and enjoying themselves. Hopefully this event will be just as amazing or even better, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Before we wrap up, we just want to give a quick shout out and thank you to our amazing seniors, Karina and Pamela. In the picture, you can see that Karina was awarded the volunteer and sponsor citation for her hard work. And Pamela has made an amazing impact as part of our team this year. We wish both of them the best of luck moving forward.
So this concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for listening to what we've been up to throughout the school year. And we were wondering if the commission has any questions or recommendations for our committee.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. And boy, you guys have been kept busy. We appreciate all your volunteer hours for the city of Burlingame. I am really looking forward to the intergenerational cookbook. So sign me up for that. I want a few of those. All right. Colleagues, do you have any comments or questions of our youth group? Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. I just want to thank the YAC. We were out there working across the aisle from the farmer's market the other week. And not only were they talking about their face masks and everything, but they were also talking and sharing the word about the new community center. And they were helping us pass out brochures and flyers around that. And I just so appreciate how they dig in and just take on any assignment that needs be. I want to get a mask. And just the 80s attire theme, that's awesome. I love it. I'll have to dig into my closet and find something from 1985. I'm sure I have it. So good job, guys.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to applaud the YAC again for all their energy. It seems like every time you come to present us, you're doing even more amazing things every time. So right on. I just want to say extra special thanks for keeping United Against Hate at the forefront. It should be a discussion and it should be a theme more than just 1 week a year, and just bravo for really engaging with that and keeping it going. Keep up the great work, everyone.
And Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to share my colleagues' kudos to all you guys. You did a great job. The presentation was amazing. And I do want to follow up with something that Councilmember Beach just said as far as the social equity. And I would really, when you guys ask for suggestions, that would be one thing that I would do, is more events connected to this and something. And please let us know, because I would personally love to participate. So if you guys are doing something, let me know. Great job, guys. Thank you. Glad to have you guys here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Nicole. All right. Our last presentation for this evening is the sewer collection system master plan update. And I'm sure we have Director Martuza.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is to provide you an update regarding the sewer master plan that staff has been working on. Tim Loper from Carollo Engineers will be giving you a presentation. The last time the city had prepared the sewer master plan was in 2008 and 2009. that was in the aftermath or right about the time when we were dealing with Baykeeper consent decree. And since that time, city has completed many projects, and that was done through the sewer rate increases, and the last of that was done about 8 years ago. So for the last 8 years, we have not had any sewer rate increases, and it was time for us to update the master plan to look at where things are, what the condition assessment is. So Tim will be going over that presentation, and if you have any questions, you can ask him directly as part of that presentation, or we can pause at the end of the presentation. With that, I would like to introduce Tim.
Thanks, Syed. Yeah, hello everybody, council members and Madam Mayor. Like Syed said, my name is Tim Loper with Corollo Engineers. I've been working with city staff for the past 1.5 years on the collection system update. I'm going to walk through a few slides here that summarize the project to date. I know, to start off, I would like to thank city staff, Mahesh Lurie, Art, and Michael Heathcote for being instrumental in completing this project. And we're almost to the end here, and we appreciate your feedback as we go through the summary here. So the agenda for the presentation, I'm going to go over project scope and objectives, talk about some of the elements of the technical workflow monitoring program, design, storm, and evaluation, look at system improvements, and the capital improvement program that was generated as part of the work, summarize that in terms of short-term and long-term improvements. Go through the project scope and objectives. Before I get into that, I want to give a little bit of background of what's gone on over the last 10 years. The city completed a master plan back in 2010 that generated a significant amount of projects. And to date, the city has completed a lot of that work. Approximately $80 million has been spent on collection system improvements and wastewater treatment plant projects, pump station improvements, rehabilitation, capacity increases of the treatment plant, and other projects. So in that time, in that 10-year period, there's been about 41 miles of pipeline that's been replaced, as well as 2,900 sewer laterals and cleanouts. So not only the pipelines were replaced, the connections to the houses were replaced, and we all know that that's part of the source of the infiltration and inflow that gets into the collection system and creates some of the capacity deficiencies that the city has seen in the past. Those projects included rehabilitation, replacement of manholes, pipelines, the laterals, as well as a significant number of pump station improvements to the 7 pump stations that are part of the city's collection system. So, we took a look at the work that had been done in the past 10 years and developed our project approach and objectives as far as this master plan update that we completed this year. And there are multiple objectives. We wanted to conduct a flow monitoring program that looked at the flows within the city's existing collection system to get, a real understanding of where the city's condition and the flows are right now. And then we wanted to use that flow monitoring data as well as the city's GIS and develop a new and updated hydraulic model to conduct a capacity analysis. From that analysis, we looked at deficiencies and projects, not only for capacity, but also for the condition of the system, and then develop a capital improvement program that's going to guide, capital spending over the next 20 years for the city's wastewater collection system. The other thing that we wanted to do, and I've mentioned it already, is look at how the system is improved. What benefit that $80 million has brought to the city's collection system. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we get into the presentation. And there were a number of tasks and elements associated with this project: data collection, assessment of the collection system, flow monitoring, like I said, hydraulic model development. We developed a performance evaluation criteria and a capacity assurance plan that will feed directly into the city's sewer system management plan, capital improvement plan that we talked about, and then a document that summarizes all of this, which we're currently in the middle of revisions with city staff in order to finalize that document. We're going to do 2 other things too. We're going to take the hydraulic model and train city staff on that hydraulic model and show them how to use it so they can continue doing evaluations with that model, with the tool that was developed as part of this. And the other thing that we did was we went out into the field and worked with city staff to perform a condition assessment of all of the 7 pump stations out in the collection system and develop a list of detailed recommendations for rehabilitation of each one of those pump stations. So talking about some of the technical elements. just summarizing the city's collection system, it currently has about 95 miles of gravity sewer. There's about 2,400 manholes in the collection system, and those gravity sewers range in diameter from 4 inches to 51 inches in diameter. There's 7 pump stations, like I mentioned previously, and those pump stations convey flow to the treatment plant in about 3.5, close to 3.5 miles of pressurized force mains, sewer force mains. And you can see this graphic on the right is a map of the city's wastewater collection system with all of the sewer lines and pump stations that convey flow from the users to the treatment plant. One of the first parts of this project was conducting the flow monitoring program, and we worked with our subconsultant, Villalobos and Associates, out of Oakland, to install 25 flow metering sites, and we captured or we measured flow in the collection system for a period from December 2019 to March 2020. And you can see this graphic shows the location of all of those flow monitoring sites, and the color-coded areas are the areas that are tributary to each one of those flow monitoring sites. You can see they're distributed throughout the system, and a number of larger, number of sites are located down near the Rollins pump station there that to capture a complete look at what's happening in the city's collection system in terms of flows. And capturing these flows were critical to this project because it's not only told us what's happening now, we captured flows during a series of rain events that we were lucky enough to capture in December 2019 and during that time period. And so it gave us a really good idea of what's happening when it rains and the amount of infiltration and inflow that enters the collection system. And that was key for the hydraulic modeling portion of it because we used that data to calibrate the model. So we constructed the hydraulic model, like I said, using the flow monitoring data as the basis. We also coordinated with city staff and their GIS to obtain GIS data, all the improvements that have been constructed since 2010. And we built this hydraulic model in InfoWorks ICM platform. It's a state-of-the-art software program that is industry standard for analyzing wastewater collection systems. And again, it'll be a tool that the city will be able to use for years to come for the analysis and evaluation of capacity improvement projects. I mentioned this before, that one of the big drivers for collection system capacity is wet weather flows. It rains in the Bay Area, and then that water ends up in the sewer collection system, and the pipes get inundated, and that's what creates a lot of the issues and a lot of the work that was created as part of the 2010 master plan. And so when we do that, we have to use a design storm to evaluate that. And back in 2010, we looked at, or the city looked at, 2 different design storms: the 10-year 24-hour design storm and the consent decree design storm, which is a 10-year 24-hour special SES type 1A design storm. And this graphic essentially shows you what that rainfall distribution looks like over a 24-hour period. When we ran the model using the design storm from 2010, the system was actually performing significantly better than what we saw in 2010. And so we went through a process where we worked with city staff to make the design storm a little bit more realistic based on what the weather patterns that we see in the Bay Area. And so for this project, what we did was we combined the 10-year 24-hour design storm, and then we preceded that design storm with the 5-year 24-hour rainfall event. So what happens out in the collection system is a smaller rainfall event will hit, saturate the ground, and then a larger event will hit and it will generate significantly more flows in the collection system. So we went with a more conservative approach, given the fact that the system was performing significantly better than it was in 2010. And the results from that analysis are pretty telling. So this is a graphic that shows the model simulated flows from the analysis that we did for that with that design storm event. You can see this chart shows a 10-day period where we ran the hydraulic model for 10 days. The gray lines on the bottom are the baseline flows, or what typically comes in from your residential, industrial, and commercial users. The red line shows the flows as they increase once the rainfall hits and it makes it into the collection system. So you can see the 2021 design storm resulted in a peak wet weather flow, or peak hourly flow, of 25.4 million gallons a day. Using the less conservative approach from the 2010 design storm, the peak wet weather flow was about 34.5 MGD. So what we're seeing here is that the improvements that have been done over the last 10 years have resulted in a 9 MGD reduction in peak wet weather flow. So a significant reduction in the amount of water that's making it into the collection system. Here's another summary of that data. It shows 2010 average dry weather flows, and 2021 average dry weather flows are the base flows that we typically would see from typical customer use. But the peak wet weather flow shows a 27% reduction in flows based on what we saw in 2010 versus what we're seeing now. So a significant reduction, showing benefits to the work that's been done in the collection system. So that analysis is what we used to evaluate the capacity of the collection system, and we came up with a number of projects. And in keeping with our theme of telling the story of how the city has been doing in terms of comparisons over the last 10 years, we're going to look at the projects that were planned from the 2010 master plan. And this is a graphic from that report that shows all of these yellow lines that you can see here were the capacity improvement projects that were required as part of that plan, and a lot of the work that's been done over the last 10 years. And you can see they're spread throughout the city, a number of projects throughout. And when we ran the model using a more conservative approach with the 2 design storms, you can see that the improvements are significant. Many of the capacity projects have been removed or mitigated. There's less stormwater and I&I coming into the system, so it resulted in less need for capital improvement projects for capacity upgrades. So those deficiencies resulted in some capital projects that you can see here, a few smaller capacity projects spread throughout the city, some more projects north of the highway, of Interstate 101 in the industrial region, and some pump station capacity increases associated with those projects as well. So when we developed cost estimates for all of that work for the capacity projects and the pump station capacity projects, but we also looked at the rehab projects that were generated from the pump station condition assessment, as well as the additional rehab that the city needs to do moving forward to replace the remaining portions of their system or rehabilitate the remaining portions of their system. As I mentioned before, there was 41 miles of pipelines that were replaced or rehabilitated in the last 10 years. 91 miles of pipeline, so there's still maybe close to half of the pipelines in the city that are still the original pipeline. So significant chunk of money placed in here for that, as well as treatment plant projects that are planned within the existing CIP. Some money to look at the outfall that goes from the treatment plant out to get rid of the wastewater, as well as some additional money for additional studies. And so you can see the total cost, and this is total project cost, not baseline construction, but total project cost of $134 million over the 20-year period, with near-term costs coming in at $82 million and long-term costs at $52 million. And so we broke that down a little bit more, looking at annual spending over the next 5 years, and then the 5-year period after that, and the 10-year period after that, and broke that down by capacity, rehabilitation, and other projects. And you can see the annual spending, looking at current projects that are already in the queue that the city is doing now. Over the next 5 years, annual spending goes up from about $6 million in 2021 to about $13 million in 2024, and then a little bit less in 2025. And then the $32 million in the 5-year period after that, and then again, the $52 million in the long-term for the long-term projects. So in summary, we did a number of things in order to get a clearer picture of what's happening in the collection system right now. We did the flow monitoring program. We developed a hydraulic model that captured a very good look at what's happening with the city's collection system. We looked at a conservative design storm event to really analyze the system and stress it to understand where the capacity issues are. And based on that work, we saw significant reductions in flow from over the last 10 years between 2010 and 2020. The master plan CIP looked at short-term and long-term project costs for capacity and rehabilitation projects to mitigate infiltration and inflow and condition-related issues with the collection system. And the breakdown of that for the next 10-year period was about $81 million, and then beyond 2030 to 2040, about $52 million. So the next steps are to finalize the master plan document. We've gone through a couple iterations with city staff already, comments on the CIP and other technical elements associated with the work. City is going to move forward with looking at rate studies to determine rate adjustments necessary for implementing the master plan improvements. They also want to develop infrastructure connection fees to establish equitable buy-in costs for new development And then once that work's been done, present those rate studies and connection fee findings to City Council at a future meeting. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Syed.
Thank you, Tim. Mayor and Council will be happy to take any questions. Tim will focus on technical details on the master plan. I'll be happy to answer any questions related to policy or history of our sewer system, or how do we go about implementing these projects in the future.
Thank you, Syed, and thank you, Tim. I'm going to start out with Councilmember Brownrigg, followed by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You would think after 10 years on council, I'd have this stuff straight, but I still sometimes get confused when we talk about sewers versus storm drains. But in the case of rainfall, we're really talking about storm drains, are we not?
So in this particular case, we are talking about sanitary sewer. The sanitary sewer system is impacted by the rainfall because when ground gets saturated, the sewer system being old, cracks in the pipes and the joints, the water finds its way into the sewer system and it impacts the sewer system. So the winters impacts both the storm drainage, which is the drainage flood control system, and this is a sanitary sewer system. So they are both impacted.
I see. So I appreciate that clarification. I didn't follow that. So the investment we made 10 years ago in our storm drain system is good news, but unrelated to this study. This study is looking only at the sanitary sewer system.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And last question. The financing that is shown in the modeling and that we've been doing is the financing that comes from the basic CIP that we do every year. There's been no special source of capital to upgrade the sewer system.
There is no source. The sewer system upgrades have been done through CIP by the sewer rates that you see, the rates on both the combined utility bill, right? I'd like to make one clarification is that the $80 million worth of investment the City Council has made has been made since the beginning of 2000 or early 2001 or so, and it's not the last 10 years. And then also the city had started initiating or focusing on more robust capital improvement program in early 2000, but that began more intensified in 2010, and the result is before you.
Thank you, Mr. Murtuza and Mr. Loper. I really appreciate the information.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is probably for Mr. Murtuza. So in the maps, it seemed like there was a lot of infrastructure that we're working on the Burlingame Hills, the unincorporated areas. Can you remind me what the arrangement is with them?
So you may be referring to the sewer system that was done on Eastern Drive. Eastern Drive is in itself, the Eastern system is in Burlingame, but the arrangement with the Center County or unincorporated areas, that they own their own system and they discharge the sewage into Burlingame system. And so any impact associated with that discharge, as well as the maintenance and then treatment of that sewage at the wastewater treatment plant, is paid for by the Burlingame Hills resident through the county. And there's a formula based on actual costs that we incur on an ongoing basis, and that based on all the costs that we incur, and then it's a formula driven how many residents they have versus how much sewage they generate, and what gets treated and all that. So that's how it gets billed.
Councilmember Colson.
Thank you. So Director Murtuza, I have one question regarding a comment you made earlier, which is that when it rains, it sounds like if there's old pipes and they have cracks and water seeps in. My question is the reverse. When it's not raining or there's not pressure from the outside, do we have leakage going from in the sewer pipes out?
That is always possibility. What happens is it may happen. we have no way of knowing that unless there is unless we're doing some construction, we open up a trench and we find out, or we do annually, we do roughly about 10 to 12 miles of CCTVing the sewer lines, and wherever we find cracks, we make interim repairs on them. But we don't really see actually physically sewage leaking, but it is quite possible that it can happen. It may, but we have to assume that happens because when there are cracks, the water can actually go, outside the pipes.
Okay, and then the second thing I want to say is, are we doing the vast majority of this work in-house or with consultants? And as I seem to recall that our staff, our public works staff, had a high level of efficacy. In other words, they were laying per capita of staff a lot and doing a lot of repair work around the city vis-a-vis what we see with other cities. And is that still true?
That is still true. When it comes to large projects where you have miles of pipelines, complicated system, we do have to go out and get design and construction bids and all that. When our ongoing maintenance staff with Mike Heathcote, Rick Horn, and them, they do ongoing maintenance and they do CCTV work, and they do patchwork and repairs on an ongoing basis. Because when you look at this FACT 100-mile system, it takes forever for us to catch up with all the pipe replacement program, and they have to do interim repairs on an ongoing basis to keep the system intact until the CIP comes along to replace those pipes.
Councilmember Beach.
Thank you to our public works staff, Director Matuza, and our consulting team for just a great presentation that really is understandable. There's nothing glorious and particularly exciting about sewer maintenance. It's kind of like putting a new roof on our house. Costs a lot of money, but so important that we do it. You don't necessarily get enjoyment like a new community center, but boy, such a critical piece of infrastructure. So thank you for the real thoughtful approach, and what great news that the improvements that have been done thoughtfully and strategically over the last number of years have really yielded big impact. I guess my question is more on the 2021 looking ahead, the master plan sort of deficiencies and the master plan projects. It looks like the majority of the focal point will be out on the bayfront. Is that a pretty accurate statement, or am I? And if you could comment a little bit on that, and I appreciate that you're looking into even, how do we fund this stuff if our fee structure for new development is right, but if you could just comment a little bit about on that section.
Right. So the bayfront system is capacity related because that we have a lot of development expected in the bayfront area. So we are looking at that. And also Rollins Road area also is one of the areas that we have highlighted. Those are all capacity. The system was not designed for the current effort, the general plan update, projected development and all that. So this project takes into consideration the growth that is anticipated as part of that. So all of that is included. And also one thing we are looking at is that the city's majority of the city fee structure was not really geared towards private development. It was all a single family. There is no connection fee per se for new development to buy into the system. So the large developments, when they come to the city, they do impact the sewage, the capacity of the system, the treatment and all that. The staff is looking into how to make that a equitable way for new developers to come in and be able to buy in as part of the infrastructure, as the residents have been paying for that for a long time, and they've bought into that system, and new developers also have to do that. And we'll be coming to you in the next few months to present you some options regarding that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Matuza. On that note, I'm actually going to open it up to attendees to see if they have any questions. Is there anyone else? Okay, there's someone titled Rainbows.
Aloha, that's me. It's Franz. Last name's Lippincott, San Mateo County resident. I have to say, first of all, thank you to all the council members, vice mayor, and mayor for having me and making it possible to attend. A very well formatted and informative, even though I'm redundant, presentation. I very much appreciated the hydraulics part of that. That was very informative and educational. So thank you to the Director of Public Works and Consultant Loper. I had a couple of questions. First question I have is, why was there a decrease value for one of the PowerPoints that, or the slides that showed in 2025? I don't understand. You see an increase in, is it expenses and then a decrease, or is it an increase in, I just don't understand that number. I don't understand why it goes down and then it goes back up. Is that because you find that there's a cost savings after the revamp? The next question I have, and I'm not sure who it goes to, if it's Director Matusa or Consultant Loper, but what does CIP stand for? My background is in science, so we have a different type of acronym for CIP, so I'm not sure what it is for engineering. Please forgive me, I am a graduate student in public administration, so I'm getting familiar with public policies. Appreciate the thumbs up, council member. Brownridge, please forgive me if I did pronounce things correctly. In any event, those are the two questions that I have, and I think a third one arose with, at the end of the day, as far as funding is concerned and in piping situations, there was a question brought up about the leaking based upon the pressure inside to push out. And then of course there's leaking if it's an inside out. Obviously there's an osmotic change at some point, but at what point do you have to revamp the whole piping system? And do you have to then start partnering with the different cities in the county? That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your questions. Director Matusa or Mr. Loper, would you like to address them?
Let me start with the last question first regarding when do we decide when the pipe has to be completely replaced. When we see a full failure of the pipe is when we see an imminent potential failure to occur, when we can't actually fix it, or we know that there is potential SSO that may happen, then we completely replace it. Otherwise, we go ahead and make repairs. We have a rating system on pipes. Whenever we do CCTV, we have a different rating, and then the pipes are classified under that rating. And structure 4 or 5 is the rating that we use to anything that falls into that rating category. The pipe ends up getting replaced. The next question was that the CIP is a capital improvement program. That's the definition of it. It's basically investment in infrastructure. And the first question was about the dip in the expenditure. Tim can correct me. That is the total projects that we're totaling out to that year, because the costs are defined in each of those years for the projects to be undertaken during those years. So in that year, the project cost comes to that number. So that's what it represents. Tim, is that correct, or do you have a different?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, essentially what we're showing in the first 5 years is that we're mitigating all the capacity projects. And so those costs are front loaded in the first 5 years. Once we get into the costs beyond that, it's really just rehabilitation and replacement costs. And so those costs generally level out. And so we take care of the capacity projects in the beginning, and then the costs level out as we're just focusing on rehab and rehabilitation.
Okay. Anyone else from the public that would like to ask any questions? Okay. Back to the panelists, or actually I should ask Megan first. Were there any emails in regards to this presentation?
There were none.
Okay, thank you. There's no decision on this since it's a presentation, but we will be hearing from you in the future in regards to plan and budgeting and so forth.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, that leads us to item number 7, public comments. Members of the public may speak about any item that is not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to suggest an item for future council agenda may do so during this public comment period. The Ralph M. Brown Act law prohibits the city council from acting on any matter that is not on the agenda. So I will open it up to public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak, and Megan, can you please keep time?
Yes.
All right. We will start with rainbows.
I just want to say thank you and well said. Definitely had a great learning experience here. Appreciate it. And hopefully I'll be able to attend the one in the future, if not live. All right. Mahalo. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Thank you. Katie Knowles.
I don't know where she went. Oh, there she is. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm following up on, I submitted a public comment in the beginning of March. I'm following up on hazard pay. Essential retail workers in Burlingame need and request your support. We are grocery and pharmacy workers that work in Burlingame and serve the residents of the city. We have faced unprecedented risks for over a year of the COVID-19 pandemic and continue to do so. We are deemed essential and we're called heroes, praised and extolled for providing critical access to food and necessities, but we have not been valued through commensurate hazard pay and are paid far less than living wages. The temporary $2 hazard pay that was given last spring for 3 months ended in June of 2020. The pandemic has affected California for at least 14 months so far. 17 Bay Area cities have all recognized the importance of fair worker compensation and have passed hazard pay ordinances. In San Mateo County, cities with larger populations of low-income workers have passed ordinances. South San Francisco, Daly City, Redwood City, and Burlingame's neighboring cities, Millbrae and San Mateo. Most essential workers can't afford to live in Burlingame, but they serve the city in an essential capacity. As we are mostly non-residents, we are not directly represented by the city. Essential workers face considerably higher exposure to coronavirus from serving customers, and we will continue to bear health burdens of frontline work after COVID-19. We have no assurance that ventilation systems have been upgraded to further protect us by providing high efficiency filtration. We risk the physical health of our family members and households daily. Every day we are worried about getting sick or infecting our families or housemates due to exposure at work that we carry home. Thousands of COVID-19 infections have occurred among Bay Area essential retail workers as well as deaths. Nationwide, over 91,000 infections have occurred with 450 deaths of UFCW members. Long-term medical problems are known to occur from coronavirus. The financial health and stability of our households is dependent on us. Many workers became the sole providers for their families when other members lost their jobs because of COVID or a parent needed to stay home, as many people have faced. This has caused increased reliance on government and nonprofit resources if they were available. We have encountered a lack of provided personal protective equipment. Some employers have provided PPE, leaving workers with no alternative but to purchase their own masks, gloves, and sanitizer, an additional financial burden on the already severely economically impacted. Out-of-pocket expenses for PPE over a year plus of work can easily surpass $500. Workers want full-time schedules, but they can't get them. Many workers balance multiple part-time jobs to make ends meet because a steady 40 hours of scheduled work from a single employer is not available. With any reduction of hours, their ability to pay bills and rent, afford food and transportation is heavily impacted. Our employers have made record profits. Albertsons/Safeway bought back almost $82 million in shares in cash in September. Walgreens shares are up nearly 6%. Molly Stone's is privately owned and profits are unknown, but anticipated to be high as most grocery stores have seen a significant increase in revenue during the pandemic. All workers
Ms. Knowles, can you please wrap it up in another sentence or two, please?
Equity can't be attained in society when low wages of essential workers are used to subsidize low prices, corporate profits, and investor dividends. Please add hazard pay to your next meeting agenda. The San Mateo County ordinance proposed in February addressed unincorporated areas of the county only. We are relying on you to make your position on this critical issue known. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knowles. I do want to make a comment in regards to that. Actually, the county chose to table it for future meetings so they could explore equity concerns and the possibility of expanding the ordinance to apply countywide. So I just wanted to clarify that. Next is Mr. John Gomez.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is John Gomez. I am a member and representative of UFCW Local 5. I'm also a 13-year grocery worker. I would like to speak in support of hazard pay. As the previous speaker spoke beforehand, grocery workers have been at it since the beginning of the pandemic. They've put their lives, the lives of their family at risk. As mentioned before, these companies have seen record profits. Safeway is an example of spending $1.6 billion in stock buybacks to raise the price of their stock, compared to what they spent on PPE, personal protective equipment, safety precautions, and hazard pay alone was less than $350 million in comparison to what they're spending on buybacks and compensating their executives. Again, these grocery workers have done an incredible job ensuring that the community is fed, has continued to be fed throughout the pandemic. I think this is the right thing in order to reward those workers for doing the right thing, for continuing to go into work despite the risk to their life and that of their family members. These companies can do this. Lucky's is a company that is a perfect example. They've paid hazard pay since the beginning of the pandemic. They've been able to do so without raising grocery prices, cutting hours, closing stores. I know a lot of the California Grocers Association has stated that stores are going to have to close and the sky's going to fall. I just keep in mind, the 17 cities that have passed this have not, we have not seen any of this happen in any of those other cities. We again believe that workers deserve this. They've worked hard. They've put themselves at risk. So we do ask the City Council to please put this on a near future agenda. Again, even though the county is tabling it for future discussion, I would like the council to keep in mind that there's been 2 other counties, including San Francisco County and Santa Clara County, that have passed hazard pay. They're all, for the unincorporated areas, with the exception of, the city of San Francisco. It's unfortunate that we have to turn to the city. UFCW 5 did reach out to the companies mid-pandemic to try and negotiate some hazard pay. These companies have refused to work with UFCW or come to the table in recognizing the sacrifices that their workers have made. So we turn to the City Council for help. We turn to you to help hold these companies accountable and to ensure that they're taking care of their workforce, which has made those incredible profits possible. Again, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak, and we do ask that you add hazard pay to a future agenda meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Next, and I apologize if I mispronounced the name, Mr. Joel Cohn.
Yes, hi there. You did pronounce that correctly, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Hi there. My name is Joel Cohn. I'm calling to ask the council not to sign the letter from the California League of Cities opposing state, I believe she's State Senate Leader Atkins's SB 9 bill. As you probably know, California is facing an unprecedented housing crisis. Many people can't afford to live in California anymore, to the point that we lost a congressional seat for the first time in our history in this decennial census. The housing crisis has led to massive issues with people being forced to move far afield in order to find places that they can afford, oftentimes moving into fire zones, having to brave long polluting commutes, and generally damaging their quality of life. The California League of Cities letter opposing SB 9 would not help the situation, as SB 9, I believe, would be generally beneficial to help increase our housing stock, lower prices, and alleviate the housing crisis for our most vulnerable. And as such, I would hope that the city council does not sign on to it, and will endeavor to alleviate housing shortages within the city by making it easier for people to move here and for buildings to be made to house the California's population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Just to let you know, and it'll be announced again right before the consent calendar, that item has been pulled off and will be delayed and will be coming back to us at a later date. Next, I have Miss Karate. Do you want to unmute yourself? There you go.
Hi, were you meaning Motashemi?
Sorry.
Ryan Motashemi? All right. Thank you for your time, council members. I just wanted to say that I support the previous speakers in their discussion regarding hazard pay for essential workers. I believe that Burlingame can join other cities in adopting hazard pay, given the sacrifices that essential workers have made and are still making. We are in the midst of a pandemic. Even if vaccination rates have increased, you only need to look at variants that continue to pop up and imperil the progress that we've made to indicate how dangerous that it could be if we let our guard down and stopped recognizing how dangerous it is to operate and work and encounter other people and potentially continue transmitting COVID-19. So I would encourage that we recognize that essential workers deserve hazard pay and require companies that can clearly afford hazard pay to actually provide that hazard pay, because it would not be in the best interest of workers if we did not do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Madeline Bichette.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm a resident of Burlingame. I want to quickly just express support and solidarity for my fellow neighbors who came out in support of hazard pay for Burlingame essential workers. And I'd also like to, I know it's been pulled from the agenda, but I'd also like to express and urge the council to not take up this letter of opposition to Senate Bill 9. We do have a housing shortage and affordability crisis in California, and a lot of land being used for 2 families is much better than a lot of land using for only one very lucky family. 2 homes for $1.5 million each is going to be a little bit more accessible to more people than 1 home for like upwards of $5 million. Similarly, a rent of $5K a month is going to be more accessible than a rent of upwards of $10K. It just seems like a no-brainer to kind of support Senate Bill 9 and be excited about it. Another benefit I see with SB 9 is its ability to allow more housing near transit. Despite our new general plan, we all know there are large swaths of single-family home-only zones near transit in Burlingame that were excluded from TOD in the plan, and SB 9 provides another opportunity for property owners to create more housing in transit, which again is something that I think we should all be really excited about. Lastly, SB 9 is a bill I'm supportive of because I live in a neighborhood in Burlingame with duplexes and fourplexes, and I wouldn't be able to afford living in this neighborhood if the only type of housing was the most expensive kind, AKA the 1 home per lot kind. And this narrative that SB 9 would diminish opportunities for, quote, larger households to live in Burlingame because it would lower the supply of single family homes is really quite classist. And it's really disrespectful to all the families in Burlingame that live in apartments. The world is not crashing and burning because of duplexes. In fact, walking around, you can tell that these neighborhoods in Burlingame with multifamily housing are much more diverse and affordable than neighborhoods that don't have multifamily housing. But you don't need to take my word for it. There's lots of data on this topic, as you all know, and this council is supposed to be looking at that data in complying with AB 686 per recent guidance from the California Housing Department. I'd really like to see my council be welcoming to new neighbors and not opposing helpful policies like SB 9. I'm not really sure how Burlingame would be able to defend itself if accused by the state of protecting exclusionary zoning and therefore not affirmatively furthering fair housing. I know Burlingame is better than that, so please save us from the embarrassment and just don't send this letter or take it up. Thank you.
Mike Dunham.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Ortiz, and the council, the rest of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Before I get into my main comment, I just want to +1 the comments earlier on hazard pay in Burlingame. I think that's really important. The pandemic is not over. It's not even clear we're going to reach herd immunity. And if we have another sort of major outbreak, it'll be frontline workers that experience that first. So please take that up. As to my main comments, the last time I spoke before this council, it was about another letter pushing back against the contention that Burlingame was, quote, one of the NIMBYest cities on the peninsula. I'm happy you have pushed that letter, the letter about SB 9, because if you did send it, it would put you in the same company as Palo Alto and Cupertino, two cities that are infamous for their NIMBYism and that have both been sued for their exclusionary city policies. The bill in question, SB 9, is a very reasonable small-scale bill that was initially co-authored by our former state senator, Jerry Hill, last year, and is supported by affordable housing developers like Midpen Housing, Habitat for Humanity, and the nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. All over Burlingame, older, modest-sized homes are being torn down and replaced with enormous new build homes that sell for $3 to $5 million each. SB 9, if passed, would instead give those homeowners the flexibility to build 1 or 2 duplexes whose units would be much more affordable than a single $4 million home. That is a good policy, and it would allow families who aren't multimillionaires the opportunity to live in our city and own homes here. And even if you think Burlingame is pulling its weight when it comes to addressing the housing crisis, SB 9 would force the truly NIMBY cities like Palo Alto and Cupertino to also pull their weight. But aside from that, as Madeline mentioned earlier, Burlingame faces a pretty serious legal problem complying with AB 686 from 2018, which requires cities in California to affirmatively further fair housing in their next housing element. Last week, the California Department of Housing and Community Development released a 90-page memo providing guidance to cities on how to comply with these new legal requirements, and made very clear that older race-based zoning that had been declared illegal by the Supreme Court early in the 20th century has been replaced by single-family zoning as a means for discriminating against people based on race, disability, and familial status. One of the explicit goals of the general plan was to protect established neighborhoods. In other words, the city's stated goal was to preserve the very same exclusionary zoning that HCD now declares has a discriminatory effect. So I think if SB 9 did not pass, Burlingame, may very well face the wrath of the state government for a general plan and housing element that fails to affirmatively further fair housing. I urge you not to take up that letter again. Do not send it. Do not double down on this legal vulnerability about affirmatively furthering fair housing. Thank you.
We have Drew Hoskins.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Drew. I live in Burlingame, and I also wanted to talk a little bit about the SB 9 letter. I hopped on tonight because I was a little alarmed by the letter. I'm glad to hear that you're not sending it, so thank you for that. I mean, at least for now. I want to just add to what the others said. They kind of stole some of my points, but also I'll just skip those. I think I would like to see, I still feel like the area around Broadway and around California Avenue is a bit underzoned. I think Broadway is dying and we haven't really seen development there. I think duplexes could really do a lot. There's a lot of really old housing stock that doesn't use the land and is pretty ugly there. And so I think that for Burlingame, duplexes could actually really, really help, and they'd be more modern and more beautiful than what we have today. The other thing I want to say is that I feel like SB 9, I mean, you know, I do appreciate the strides that Burlingame has made toward building more housing in excess of the RENA allotments. We should keep in mind that SB 9 will force the Cupertinos and Palo Altos of the world to do their part, like we all must do. And so that even if Burlingame itself didn't sort of abuse the local controls that it's asking for in these amendments, those cities certainly will. So yeah, that's what I had to say. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I thought I saw Miss Lang raise her hand and it's down again. So I just kind of want to make sure if you wanted to speak to please do so. Okay, if not. Okay, if not, we will go back to the panelists. I know I see 2 hands raised, but we allow people to speak once during public comment. So I'm going to switch over to the panelists. Megan, are there any emails that we have received?
Yes, I received one email. It's from Kevin, and he says, please pass a law so essential workers who work in Burlingame can get hazard pay. I work at Walgreens in Burlingame.
Thank you, Megan. All right, I am going to close the public comment and go into the approval of the consent calendar. I mentioned already we will be taking off item 8I, and that is the authorize the mayor to send a letter expressing the city's opposition unless amended to SB 9 housing development approvals. So on that note, is there any other item on the consent calendar that my colleagues would like to pull off? Councilmember Brownrigg.
Madam Mayor, I would like to talk about item 8F, the EV plan, and a very brief comment on 8G or question.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Is there a member of the public that would like to pull anything off the agenda?
There's 8D.
I'm sorry, who said that?
Oh, sorry, Mayor O'Brien, that was me.
Oh.
We have 8D being pulled off by email.
Okay. I heard a voice. I just wasn't sure where it was coming from. All right. From the public, Mr. Karate.
Hi there, Mayor. Thank you. I just realized that the reason that I'm just on a different account. My name's actually Ryan Motoshemi, but it's writing me as Shotokan Karate, so my apologies about that. I just wanted to say that I did not realize that item 8I was being pulled off of the, was not being heard, so I was hoping to have an opportunity to comment on that at some point and in the public comment period, which I was not able to, which is why I raised my hand. I just wanted to draw a connection that there is an overcrowding issue on the peninsula. A friend of mine is slept on his sofa for 7 years because while his mom slept on the floor because they did not have enough money to live in an apartment without living with 4 other family members who occupied the other rooms. So this is an overcrowding problem that leads to public health issues in terms of COVID transmission, for example, which is also like a connection to the hazard pay for essential workers that we were talking about previously. So that's why I support SB 9 and view it as an important bill to create more housing on lots that currently have 4 or 5 open bedrooms. And I just have trouble reconciling the fact that we have 4 or 5 open bedrooms in large single family home zones while people like my friend have to sleep on sofas and on the floor and not in their mother on the floor, which is, I know, something that none of us which would have to happen in our cities on the peninsula. It's something that should not happen anywhere. So I would urge that we support SB 9. We actually submit a letter of support for that bill instead of writing a letter of opposition, because it would help address overcrowding in our cities. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I allowed him to speak due to the fact with the public comment, you can speak on things that weren't on the agenda, and we were actually pulling that off. So, but normally we would not allow speaking at this time. All right, back to my panelists. Can I have someone actually make a motion to approve items 8A, B, C,
E and
E, H?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made by Vice Mayor Ortiz, seconded by Councilmember Brownrigg. Megan, may we have a roll call on that, please?
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. So we are going to start with item 8D.
So I received an email from Manito, and he says, I'd like to hear more about this item. Since this is on the consent calendar, can the city confirm that these proposals have been vetted and that BPAC was made aware of the item, at least when this was calendared to be on agenda? It appears the city applied for this grant back in February, and yet it's not clear if BPAC or Traffic Safety Parking Commission was aware that this was happening. Had the city asked for input, it might have suggested different shovel-ready and community-supported projects. Could the city please explain what measures are planned on Carmelita and on Paloma that amount to $1 million of improvements? How much of that will actually go towards more consultants, and how much will actually be tangible enhancements that Burlingame residents will reap and enjoy?
Director Murtuza, did you want to address that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is a MTC program. Late in February, we were informed by our MPO CCAG that some funding will be made available in the amount something about $4.1 to $4.6 million to the county for the Quick Mobility Strike program. And they were looking for some criteria from the One Bay Area Grant program, from this One Bay Area Grant framework, so that the projects can be can meet the federal requirements and also can be quickly implemented. And so staff looked at that program and then looked at what projects can be quickly implemented. And since the city has gone through an extensive public outreach process with the bike and ped plan, that which both BPAC's Traffic Safety Commission played a significant role, staff submitted these two projects that are listed in the staff report. And then we don't know at this time whether we have funding available to get these projects in the tiers MTC has proposed. But should the MTC have money available, these two projects will be considered. The scope of the work in these two projects is well defined in the bike ped master plan. I will not go into the details. The Carmelita essentially is there are a couple of options in the bike boulevard there, and similarly in Paloma there's a bike boulevard alternative that is being proposed in the bike ped plan. In addition to those, there will be traffic calming improvements that have been identified in the bike ped plan. And this project will go through a design process to define all of those details and in order to get it constructed. So, but we thought this would be something that we could quickly implement it, and that's why we submitted this proposal.
Thank you for that explanation, Director Murtuza.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo a little bit of what Director Martuza said. So I sit on the CCAG Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for the county. And I think what was particularly interesting about this pot of money is nobody saw it coming. It came kind of out of nowhere. The amount has fluctuated a couple different times. It caused a lot of consternation among all 20 cities, like, oh my gosh, I don't have a project here. It had to be quick build. None of these projects could go through a thorough process. So I, for one, when I saw that come through, that Burlingame had submitted these projects kind of on the fly, I just felt really lucky that we had done our bike ped master plan last year, because at least we had some conceptual things ready to go to try to take advantage of a quick strike. And there's still fluctuation of what money is available. We don't even know if it's going to come through. So I think kudos to staff for kind of being Johnny on the spot and throwing it out there. And some cities just had to submit things that they already had submitted before that failed to get a grant prior. That was like another criteria. But I do think it's a great idea when those things happen, if staff can take that opportunity, just send a note to BPAC that it's happening, because sometimes things move really quickly and it can't go through a thorough process through our BPAC and Teaspoon. But I think it's great to keep everybody informed of those opportunities. So thank you, Director Martuza and your staff for jumping at the opportunity. Because at one point we were recommended for 200,000. If the money actually comes through, we'll see.
Okay. So on that note, any other comments from my colleagues? If not, can someone make a motion?
I will be pleased to make a motion to approve item 8D and join Councilwoman Beach in offering kudos to our quick acting staff.
And I'll be happy to second. Oh, wait, public comment. Oops.
Sorry, I thought Manita was the only one. Okay.
You have a hand raised.
Yeah. All right. I think this is Miss Lang, but if not, what pops up on my screen?
No, and pardon me, but before, when I was going to speak for public comment, but not on this issue, and I raised my hand, but it didn't get unmuted. So my public comment was earlier. So I will withhold it with regard to what you're talking about now.
Okay, thank you. All right, closing the public comment, going to my colleagues. Can someone make a motion, please?
Happy to make a motion, Madam Mayor, to approve item 8D.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Motion made by Councilmember Brownridge, seconded by Councilmember Beach. Megan, can you do roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownridge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. All right, we are on to item 8F. I think Councilmember Brownridge, you had a question and or comment?
I did. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm very aware we've already been here for an hour and a half in regular session, an hour and a half prior to that. And we have members of the audience who want to talk about items later. So I don't want to belabor this, but I do want to flag a concern. So the EV plan, I am 1000% behind electrifying our entire fleet in the United States. I support what the Biden administration is doing. I support what the automakers are doing. I've been on the electric bandwagon myself for a while, so I am a big believer. The part that I have more reservations about is the notion that the public, i.e. government, i.e. us, have to start paying for infrastructure. In the early days, it made a lot of sense. There was only Tesla out there building infrastructure and not much else. And cities needed to step up to create charging infrastructure. But I think looking forward, as we start requiring new builds to have EVs, and the private sector itself is going to have to start providing more EV charging, whether it's GM or whomever. I guess I just wonder whether cities need to, try to move from 12 EV chargers that are public to 100, because that costs money. And I'm not opposed to EV charging. I'm all in favor of it. But I just wonder whether we need to keep paying for it. And that's why I wanted to raise this, not because I thought we would resolve this tonight, but because it caught my eye and it feels to me a little like planning from 2 years ago. And I don't know that I think that's the planning we need to do today, given where the market is going. And it's not like we have surplus cash. That's really why I raised the issue.
Madam Mayor, we have Segal Michael on, our sustainability coordinator. I will just, before Segal speaks, and she'll probably say this with a lot more detail than I can, but there are a number of grants out there, and we have been able to get EV chargers near Broadway when EVgo came in, and those came to us, and we lost out on some parking revenue, but we did not pay for the chargers. So there are opportunities like that.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. I'm very familiar, and if Segal wants to say this is all going to be paid for by somebody else, then I withdraw my objection, and I am willing to make a motion to approve. But I wanted to flag it if this is coming out of our budget. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. And yes, ultimately, that's the plan, to have grants and other financing opportunities to cover these charging stations. Especially we hope to grow in fast chargers, which are usually too costly for cities to cover. And just even in these couple of years, we've seen the number of grants available, change dramatically, and opportunities available. And also the idea, for example, we're part of a curbside charging pilot with PCE, which is about being able to charge, on street, just street parking. And that may, that's the kind of thing that could put in a lot of chargers quickly at low cost through a PCE opportunity. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, yes, I plan for these to not be paid for by the city. That's the point. And I also think that over the next 10 years, things are going to continue changing in ways that we can't completely predict now, that'll enable us to get to those 100, or at least try to achieve those 100 public EV charging stations.
Thank you, Segal. I have a question on the staff report where it tells us the average sessions per month per station. Is that 2020 figures?
Those are figures from right now, most recently. So
right now being
through the pandemic.
Through the pandemic. Okay,
Yeah.
I'd be curious, and this doesn't affect how I'm going to vote on this, but I'd be curious on what the numbers were prior to the pandemic.
I did look
at the
at
fact that many of our businesses were closed and so forth. So, there were people not in our downtown or by, Caltrain, et cetera. So I was just kind of curious to see what the difference was in the numbers in 2019 versus 2020.
I could give you a formal response, but I did look into that too. It's just not in the staff report. For the Caltrain station, the numbers were, I wouldn't say double, but they were much higher, maybe a third higher than what it is now. There was a big difference. And for the EVgo, there wasn't much difference because those were still pretty new chargers. But the EVgo chargers now have installed Tesla adapters.
Tesla, yeah, I noticed that today.
Yeah. So I'm hoping, and now EVgo has also shared a Burlingame dashboard that now I have the freedom to look up the numbers whenever I want and don't need to request them. So there's a lot more transparency, and we could see if those numbers really increase. But for the Caltrain, the numbers were higher pre-pandemic.
Great, thank you, Segal. Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just 2 points. First of all, I do think we are going to have to invest in public infrastructure on this, and especially as the laws are changing around housing and ADUs, and the amount of parking that's required is either being eliminated or reduced significantly. There won't be as many places for people to charge. So curbside charging and charging at work will be an important part, as opposed to now where people charge at home. But also, I just want to point out that Peninsula Clean Energy is taking our ratepayers' money, and we are investing in these programs throughout the county as a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encourage EV driving. And I think the easier that we make it, because as you can see by reading the report, anxiety around being able to find a plug and plug in to charge is sort of the number one factor that reduces people's interest in purchasing an electric car. So I think all of this really has to work hand in hand, with the ultimate goal being to reduce greenhouse gas and emissions. And so to me, this is a very inexpensive way that we can invest in infrastructure, just like we would in cars, or in streets, or bike lanes, whatever we're doing that will get people, maintains our infrastructure and hopefully gets people out of gas-powered cars.
Councilmember Brownrick, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate the conversation. I would like to see us adopt a policy which strongly prefers grant funding for public infrastructure. And again, I completely support the electrification of our vehicles, but cities weren't building gas stations back 100 years ago. That was the private sector. And sooner or later, the private sector needs to deliver the means by which we keep our vehicles moving. So that's really my question. And I do appreciate hearing from staff that our intention is to seek grant applications from the great groups like PCE and others. So with that conversation, I guess we have to take public comment, but I appreciate the back and forth and knowing that our priority is going to be to seek external funding for this.
Yes, and I also want to comment that the plan is meant to be a living document that I'll be tracking over the years. And if we're seeing change in EV access that's for multifamily and residential and visitors and workers, that's making it not necessary for the public to have public chargers to reach that 100 goal, we'll change that. If access is growing for everyone.
Councilmember Coulson, did you have something else to say before I open up to public comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to counter again, Councilman Brownrigg, not to be disagreeable with you, but the difference is that Peninsula Clean Energy is your electric provider, and we're a joint power authority that's municipally held and not for profit, versus gas stations, which were for profit. So there is a difference about electricity being delivered to this. There's not a third-party electric provider. There's PG&E, and there's pretty much us. We're serving 90% of the residents and the businesses. So as a nonprofit, we're doing our best to take our reserves and reinvest back into the system. But I think that's a very different comparison to say to like Getty Oil and Chevron Oil and oil companies that are trying to sell their product out on the private market. So that's
I get it. I'm a huge fan of PCE. I'm a customer. And if PCE wants to build this infrastructure, that's great. My question was whether Burlingame should do it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, on that note, I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that would like to talk on this item? Megan, are there any emails?
No, I don't have any emails on this.
Okay. Great. So back to my colleagues.
Motion, can we just make a motion to approve?
Absolutely. Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Coulson, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. May we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. All right, item 8G.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine again quickly. I just wanted to ask staff, one, to make it clear to anybody who's listening that the fees here are simply to recover costs. The opportunity for the city will come in the cannabis tax. And so my question is, in order to be ready for the 2022 election, when do we need to do the paperwork for all of that? What's the timetable for that?
City Manager Goldman, do you know the answer to that, or Megan?
So put a measure on if we were to do that. So
yeah.
if we're put a measure on, we would have to have the language to, on 2022, we would have to have the language to the elections office in about,
It's around the first or second week of August of 2022. So then you have to back up before that because we have a council recess and whatnot. So when we did Measure I, we had everything done, I want to say the first or second meeting in June, which gave us a little bit of wiggle room in case we wanted to, change the language or had some other thing that we needed to do.
So we have a year basically to get our act together for this.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you.
A little over a year. Right. So my plan, assuming that the mayor agrees, is to have a conversation likely in the fall about revenue measures, just sort of in general, including this particular one. Okay, very good. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment before I open it up to public comment? Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on this item?
I haven't received any.
Okay, you beat me to it, Megan. All right, very good. So can I have someone make a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Move to approve item 8G.
Okay, I'm going to go with Council Member Beach made the motion, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, on to public hearings. We have one public hearing this evening, and this is the public hearing and adoption of a resolution approving the City of Burlingame master fee schedule for the fiscal year 2021-22. And I know we have seen this multiple times. So we will have Finance Director Augustine.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. This is a pretty short staff report because you have seen it before. On April 5th, fee charges were proposed for the upcoming fiscal year, and these fees were developed within each department with consideration to the costs associated with providing each service and in accordance with the city's user fee cost recovery policy. The only changes presented here tonight to those recommended last month are the fees that were recently adopted by CCFD Fire Board on April 14th. The fire district also adjusts their fees based upon the cost of providing the service, and the process just takes place on a separate schedule. So it's noted in the staff report that while most of these fees will be effective on July 1st, certain development fees cannot be effective until 60 days after their approval, which would be July 2nd. So those being the only changes from what was presented last month, the City Council, it's recommended the City Council should hold a public hearing for these fees.
Great, thank you, Ms. Augustine. Does anyone have any questions? No. All right. So I'm going to open up to the public. Anyone have any questions, comments? Megan, did we get any emails?
No, we did not.
All right, so can I have someone make a motion to adopt the resolution?
Motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Coulson, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Megan, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Beach?
Yes.
Councilmember Coulson?
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz?
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, we are on to item 10. We have two categorized under staff reports and communications, and we're going to start with item 10A, which is discussion of the town square concept designs and potential confirmation of preferred alternative. And we have Director Gardner here this evening. And so this is kind of a continuation of our
conversation we had with the Planning Commission last Saturday.
Thank you, Mayor O'Brien and members of the council. Exactly correct. This is a continuation of that conversation. So I'll show some slides that we've seen before, but I'll go through them really quickly, assuming that most people have seen them. And with us tonight also from Urban Field Studio is Frank Fuller and Heidi Sokolowski, who can answer questions on things that may come up. So the site, as we've seen, Lot E, next to the former post office at 220 Park Road, just south of Burlingame Avenue. This aerial is pretty cool because it actually shows the farmers market with the market stands. So that gives you a sense of scale with how it relates to the parking lot. And this is so recent that you can even see some of the parklets on Burlingame Avenue. So this was just downloaded recently. We did do what we could to hear from the community, which was a lot. We did a very different outreach approach than we thought with virtual meetings. We had a couple of virtual meetings. We did some pop-ups on Burlingame Avenue, all dressed in our COVID gear and also bundled up for the winter as this was. And then most importantly, we had this, what we call the social pinpoint outreach site, which had all kinds of things. It had lots of images. It had a survey. We had more than 3,000 people visiting the site, 213 responses to the survey. This particular image here with the trees is important. It's probably the most popular image that we got, and that has relevance to the discussion tonight as this grove of trees concept. We mentioned this in the joint meeting, but just quickly, the first survey had people had lots of different ideas. Maybe the takeaway is there's not a strong consensus for any one particular use of the square. However, we do see place for events, place for hanging out, having a drink, green space. There's some overlap. And then in terms of the particular types of activities, again, all over the board. So we have a recurring theme here, not a consensus. People have all kinds of ideas. You probably can't do all of this in the square. It's just not that big, but there's lots of interest to do lots of things. And we can narrow that down. There's been a second survey, which was after the Planning Commission Joint City Council meeting, where we asked people a couple questions. One was just, which do you like better, the grove or the curve? And we'll show the site plans in just a moment. Again, kind of true to form, it's pretty much split right down the middle, maybe a few more for the curve than the grove. However, some of the people that liked the curve said it was because they didn't like something in the grove. So again, it's kind of all over the place, but I think we can see that people have enthusiasm for both concepts. Then we asked, of all these different elements, all these photos, lots of things that we've shown, trees, benches, dining areas, all kinds of things, stages, what do you like? Again, we're kind of all over the place, but if we look at the biggest pies here, trees, people love the trees. Fixed seating is important. And then from there, it's kind of all over the board. So this can be important in future discussions, but I think we can see that it kind of reiterates what we saw in our prior surveys, where there was just a lot of interest in a lot of things, and not everything can go in the square, but quite a few things can. So as a reminder, the grove is, we believe this was the consensus opinion from the Joint City Council Planning Commission meeting. We do know that the curve had its fans as well, but in kind of doing an informal poll in the background, we thought that things were kind of swaying a little more to the grove. I think people like the trees, which gets back to that photo that we saw. There's the open plaza, which allows for events. This next photo or this next plan shows the possibility to add in whether they're market stalls or festival stalls that could be used for different events. Lots of seating areas under the trees and on terraces and all over the place. So a lot of the features that we've heard from the community are shown here. We showed you some renderings, and this is the view from Park Road towards the post office on the right, what we call the Yves Delorme building on the left. This was the black and white rendering, and now we have a color rendering for you showing what this would look like. This archway here is the water feature, and one thing that was interesting in the survey responses was not everybody was wild about that water feature. So some of the people who liked the curve said it was because they did not like this water feature. The other part with this water feature, and I'm not trying to shut it down or anything, but it's expensive, and we'll get to some costs later. So should this water feature not be here, you still have a very nice open square. Maybe the water feature comes later, or maybe it's a different kind of water feature. The view from Lorton Avenue with what is currently the back of buildings on Burlingame Avenue, but with the possibility for those to become the front. One thing that's been exciting with this process is the discovery of property owner enthusiasm or interest in having this alley become part of the square, an extension of the square, provided we can find a place for the trash and recycling, which we think we can. You've now got a two-sided square with uses facing both sides. This is what it would look like. This is the black and white that we showed on Saturday before last. And here it is in color. We've had some comments on trees, and we'll be looking at the different types of trees, but ideally these are deciduous trees, so the leaves would fall down in the winter and allow some lighting and some sun, and then during the summer, some shade. The curve did have its fans, and in particular, there were some compelling images of the double row of trees and the walkway through, and people like the kind of interesting form. One question that's come up, and in the next slide will show some ballpark cost figures, is there a difference in the cost between the kind of basic plans between the curve and the growth? And if we take out the water features and just look at the basic elements, which is the trees, the paving, the seating, they are pretty comparable. There's almost the same number of trees, same amount of paving. So the base cost is comparable. If there's a decision as to which to pick based on cost, for better or for worse, they're about the same. So it comes down to more the form and the adaptability and the kinds of features that might be added in. What might those costs be? And our subcommittee, and I invite them after this with the mayor's approval to perhaps chime in. We've done some fairly detailed cost estimates with the Urban Field team in the background. They've been updated most recently based on these two plans and comments that we heard in the joint meeting. So here's a bunch of words. The base cost is based on what we see in these plans: trees, paving, minus water features, but some furnishings, would be in the range of $2.88 million. Now, as we mentioned, we've already got a $2 million starter fund from Saris Regis and Dostart in association with the 220 Park Road. What this does include, it includes the paving, the trees, the planting, the green wall, furniture, lighting, plus contingencies of 20%, just in case, because that happens with construction projects. And then also an escalation of about 5% per year. So over 4 years, just assuming it's 4 years, it's another 20%. So we're trying to be very realistic about not just the basic materials, but also what a true construction cost might be. And again, those are comparable between either the curve or the growth plans. Where things start changing is when you start adding the options, whether they be the water features, the performance platform, things like that. The very involved water features are not cheap. They require a lot of machinery, and should we want to look at that, we have some photos in our reference slides that I was surprised. I always just see the jets on the surface, and you don't realize everything that's going on underground in order to make that happen. The water source and the filtration that is required in order to meet the public health requirements. So those are some big ticket items, over $1 million for a fancy engaging fountain. There is Should you add more, you've already got the machinery in place, so your next fountain's maybe a little less expensive. There was an item which we just wanted to put on here, the possible relocation of the culvert cleanout, which is a really big ticket item. I think we felt it's, at least on the design team here, that that's been more or less taken off the table just based on the costs, and that the proposals that have been shown can accommodate the annual or semi-annual clean out of that gravel pit, which is currently in Lot E. But in case people wanted to know how much that would cost, that is over $2 million. So that's a big item. Performance platform and lighting, that's something that's come up, would be a little less than 200,000. Now these are all it's kind of an a la carte menu. So I think what we're hoping from in this evening is to get a direction on the framework, basically what is the general plan, and then from here we start looking at what are the options, what are the bells and whistles that get added in, do they get phased in, do we talk about green wall versus projection wall, things like that. But what's helpful is to at least kind of know what the basic framework is that we're working within. So, and then finally, just a review of the site extents, and that, as mentioned, this alley along the back of the Burlingame Avenue storefronts or properties has now been integrated into that cost estimate. So if you're looking at per square foot, it's about $100 a square foot construction cost over what's shown in the site extents. That does not include the post office project has the terraces in this area shown here, and that is something that project will pay for separately from this. And then there's also what's not included in the site extents is the area over the culvert next to the post office or the 220 Park Road project, which would be designed to match whatever happens in the square. And that's another reason we want to kind of keep moving this along and try to get a consensus on which direction we're going. Is 220 Park Road is working on their construction documents as we speak and starting to specify paving materials, and we want to make sure everything matches and looks like an integrated square. So we are wanting to start focusing things in a bit, and then start, that'll allow us to get into more of the details. So with that, the social pinpoint website is this burlingame.mysocialpinpoint.com/townsquare. And that has all of the different photos. It has the alternatives. It has the survey. It's survey 2, not survey 1, but lots of different things for people to look at afterwards. But with that, this is our presentation. As mentioned, Urban Field, Frank Fuller and Heidi Sokolowski are here to answer questions, including the cost estimates. And then also should our council subcommittee members choose to weigh in, and at the mayor's pleasure, that could certainly be invited as well.
Thank you, Director Gardner. I would like to actually go next with our subcommittee members. So Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. I think that what's really important about tonight is to try to remember what our goal is and what we're working to achieve. And that is to get a general direction on the plan that we're trying to adopt in order that the adjacent property owner who's building an integrated project with our plaza knows the direction that we're going and can plan with that. And, you know, this is frankly the first time we're seeing numbers. The two of us are seeing real hard numbers. So I think that it bears some regard onto how we would think about this. So just from my standpoint, if you have, you know, taking out the arcing water feature in the Grove, I think that's the one feature that people were having the most concern about and difficulty. And when you consider it's a probably $1.7 million feature, it seems pretty easy to eliminate that right off the bat and just sort of have a discussion around that. I also am worried now a little bit about that curve one, because part of the whole curve was to have that other big water feature kind of on the side. And that was sort of a big inflection point on that. And again, that takes that project to 3.5 million. The Grove also has sort of a water feature near the trash corral. And I just point out that as well. So again, I'm still trying to get a sense of the cost, but it seems to me like the best idea today is just to figure out one of these two designs and then narrow in on ways that we can build it maybe in steps or in stages so that it becomes feasible, financially feasible, off of the $2 million original dollar investment, but still allows the project next door to begin to design and develop. So at any rate, I'm just kind of framing that out. Michael can, Councilman Brownrigg can add on.
Councilmember Brownrigg, would you like to add anything before I go on to the rest of my colleagues?
You know, Madam Mayor, I endorse Councilwoman Coulson's comments, and I'll save mine for later, letting colleagues have at it.
Okay. Then I'll go with, I thought Vice Mayor Ortiz had his hand up. Did you take it back down?
Yeah, I did, because I remembered that we wanted to hear from Councilmember Brownrigg, but my thoughts are, every time I look at this, and Jen Fav's going to kill me, but every time I look at this, I looked at Yves Delorme building. I think, how nice would it be if we could take that building and include it in that land in the plaza? It would make it really nice. But okay, so with that, I totally agree with the water feature, especially if we go with the Grove, that big water feature. I already had a problem with it before knowing how much it cost, and now I really have a problem with it. So, and again, it just simply that it has to do with our weather and our wind in this area, that I think that it just wouldn't work real well. I still like the curve. I know all of the architects and the people who do this for a living, we're all in favor of the Grove. I'm going to stick to the curve. I like it. There's something about the way it kind of connects the two streets and does the whole thing that I like, versus the other one, which is kind of square, that just doesn't flow as nicely as the other one does. So with that, I'll let everybody else comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two questions. The first one is sort of design related. So for the architects, if the kind of playful water fountain is removed from the curve, does that require additional design? Do you think that was part of your artistic vision? So removing that throws the whole design off, or could it stand alone as it is without that playful fountain feature?
So this is Frank Fuller from Urban Field Studio, and I can give a couple thoughts about that. First of all, as has been said by Kevin Gardner and by Councilmember Coulson, these really are frameworks with the big idea of trying to encapsulate all the ideas, or as many as possible, that were expressed, as well as trying to make a really nice town square. To that, we have added things. And actually, some of these pieces are interchangeable, so that you could actually not have a water feature or have a different kind of water feature. For instance, Councilmember Coulson mentioned the water wall idea, and we had pictures there that's being shown there by the cursor. And you can see it under the trees, even in that rendering. The rendering shows these things as being quite white in color, but it's close. So it's not, to answer your question, it's not going to destroy the aesthetic or the whole idea of the scheme. You can see even in that rendering that there is some fixed seating under there. That's another element, and some other seating that's coming out from the back of the Sephora building. So you can see that there are various features added to what is a grove and what's under it, so that there are many things that can happen, including water or no water. I would say, add to that though, that because there's so much equipment required, which usually goes underground, underneath the a fountain because an exception of that could be the water wall because it could be put behind it more easily. It's important to sort of at least allow for that to be put in later if it's done in phases, as has been talked about, but this will not ruin the schemes to have these water features not there. By the way, and one other period I'd like to add to that is for both the arced water, the water wall, and this piece that you can see up near Lorton in this plan, which is more of a wall that has water cascading over it into a small pool. All of those can be turned off and can be designed so when they're turned off, they're still a feature in themselves. So most of these water fountains, which are like water jets, whether it's in the arc or not an arc, and there are some pictures of it if we want to look at them in the reference slides. All of those are features which, and one of the reasons they're so expensive, they're designed to be safe. The water's safe, it's filtered. It's also designed to recycle the water. So make sure it's treated as it's recycled so you don't waste water. And it can be turned off. So you want to make sure that where you have the water, it can be used without it. So it might be off for years, as has happened in our droughts.
Thank you for that explanation. My second question is related to the cost. So perhaps it's a question for Mr. Gardner or the project design team. Of the 2.88 base, this is following up on a question that I brought up in February, the last time we had a big discussion. I am assuming that that accounts for prevailing wage on the project, but does that also account for a potential project labor agreement where the workforce would be benefited, not just prevailing wage, but would have benefits as well?
Well, what we did is, this is a ballpark estimate. So what we did is we took costs that are from cost consulting and experience, particularly from SWA, who's done a lot of the recently around the country, different open spaces, town squares. So they are at the high end, and the escalation we put are in the high end. So we are assuming that they are of a wage base and benefit base that you're talking about. And we have also added contingencies and escalation to make sure that it's carried forward.
Okay, so this would cover the cost if the city chose to do a PLA on it, these estimates, roughly.
As far as I know, as an architect designing this, yes.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I'll reserve my comments until after public comment because I'd like to hear what the public has to say about the various designs. And thanks.
Okay, on that, Councilmember Brownrigg, you want to ask a question before I open it up to public comment?
No, that's all. I was going to make a comment, Madam Mayor, but let's wait
until the public.
Yep.
Their comments, if you don't mind. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, I am opening it up to public comment. I will start with James Regomez.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable City Council members. My name is James Regomez. I'm here speaking on behalf of the San Mateo Building and Construction Trade Council, 24 construction unions, 16,000 highly skilled men and women. Many of them live in the city of Burlingame, and many of the leaders of the affiliates are in attendance tonight. I would like to talk to you about taking prevailing wage jobs and converting them into community workforce agreements, also known as project labor agreements, and how this is a good policy. The prevailing wage market attracts unscrupulous contractors that tend to commit the #1 crime against American workers today, which is wage theft. And you guys have an opportunity to create a good policy and a community workforce agreement that actually offers benefits back to the community by hiring local contractors, local workers, local apprentices, pre-apprentices, and returning veterans through a helmets to hard hat policy. Converting it to a community workforce agreement will we'll follow the Working Families platform of earn a decent wage. And even though we earn a decent wage, half of our dollars go to rent and mortgages, healthcare for them, and not only the worker, but their families, raising the quality of life for the entire family. Something to retire on. Those retirement dollars are put back into the stock market to fund infrastructure jobs and bond projects where our cities borrow off of that money and then pay it back later. So it's a way to recycle the money. And finally, training. We spend $1 billion in education every year between us and the firefighters to ensure that we have a skilled and trained workforce. So all four of those platforms create the prevailing wage market. And when you pay that prevailing wage dollar to the contractor, and then they pay it to the worker, it goes in total. It goes in as the total package, which is an astronomical amount of money to make per hour, which is the worker, if it's getting paid correctly, likes, but they're not paying for healthcare for them and their family or something to retire on. I look forward to meeting with the city council members individually with my executive board. I would like to share some studies with you from Harvard, University of Colorado, and others that those studies show that prevailing that project labor agreements do not raise the cost of prevailing wage work at all. So I look forward to having some meetings with you guys and sitting down with you. So when people ask me what a union is, I tell them it's working families standing together. And we hope that you will stand with our working families, not only on this project, but on some of your future public works projects in the town of Burlingame. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Jennifer Pfaff.
Hi, what a long night. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jennifer, go ahead.
Since I think the discussion is about various designs and the features. And I just wanted to say, I still, there's something about that curve I do like, but I think they're both beautiful and I trust you. And I think I'm not feeling strong like we would need to have the water feature. Something is very attractive about the water features when you think about them. They seem like they'll be great. And then I know we had the one at Safeway, which has been off for probably, well, most of its life. So they are expensive, and I'm not compelled by the one that comes out of the ground in particular, and think it could cause some other issues. Maybe the wall, but whatever you guys pick, I think it would be great. And I think we could have something really lovely with few features. I think it's not that large of a space, and I think whatever we do with minimal is a good way to start. That's my personal opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this issue or give some feedback? Okay, Megan, are there any emails?
No emails.
All right, back to council. I will.
Madam Mayor, I do think we have one more hand up in the public comment.
That wasn't up when I flipped over to panelists, so let me flip back. Okay, I have Ethan, LLC. Do you want to unmute yourself?
Hey, it's Ethan Reblos, the new TSP commissioner. Hello. Hi there. So I have some thoughts about the town square. I'm not a big fan of fountains, to be frank. I feel that they're kind of generic, and I feel like Burlingame is sort of a special place. And I think, and now seeing the cost of the fountain, I'm thinking, we could probably get a really nice piece of public art for about $850,000, about half the price. That would be permanent and wouldn't require the kind of maintenance that a fountain would require. So I just wanted to put that in there, or put that out there for people to maybe think about. That's all I have. Thank you. Sorry.
Great. Thank you very much for that comment. Okay, I'm going to flip back to panelists, and actually I am going to piggyback on his comment because I mentioned it at the Council Planning Commission meeting that I am not a fan of the water feature. I figured it was going to be expensive. Secondly, it can produce kind of a noise if you have a bunch of kids playing in and out of the water and running around, and then water getting kind of spread across the ground. I'm actually kind of looking at this from an age-friendly lens, where we are working on certifying cities as age-friendly and really having a focus on older adults. And we actually, Councilmember Coulson and I had a meeting recently in regards to the developing task force and focus groups. And so a couple of the comments that were made and was kind of related to the town square is that, all older adults don't necessarily want to go to structured activities or going to the rec center per se, or a senior center. They actually prefer going and talking with their friends, being able to go to a public space rather than maybe coffee shops to talk, play cards, play dominoes, or just sit and read. And so I think I would actually kind of look at that, this from that type of lens. And if you take out that water feature, I think it gives you a lot more room to work with. And so there, is the possibility of doing, the chess, the checkers, the dominoes, the cards, tables for people to come and socialize and, play those games. In addition, I think maybe rather than permanent art is do kind of a temporary art where we can have and we have plenty of local artists that just do phenomenal work, as I have seen at the Peninsula Museum, that really get to showcase their talents. And that might be something we can consider in using some of that open space to display art. And in regards to, picking between the two options, I'll be consistent with what I said. The weekend is, I prefer the Grove. It's a little more structured. I think with more of a square, you can do maybe a little more activity. And I appreciate some of that budget breakdown. It's kind of this a la carte, and I wish we kind of had more of the items kind of listed so we can actually see that, and then kind of develop in our heads what type of budget and what works and what doesn't work. But I also like the idea of having the performance platform, a small one, that you could have some music or some singing. You could have some high schoolers that are in the band or in a singing group, and older adults, and just have some entertainment here and there every once in a while. So those are kind of my comments for right now, and then I'll ask my other colleagues in regards to what's important to them. So I will start with Councilmember Coulson, followed by Councilmember Brownrigg, and then Vice Mayor Ortiz.
Thank you. So first of all, I do want to also thank Urban Field. I think they've come up with two concepts, both of which, as Ms. Pfaff mentioned, are beautiful and would serve the community well. So thank you. My sort of rundown, my quick rundown on this is I would absolutely agree with Mayor that for cost reasons and aesthetic reasons and practicality reasons, just removing that sort of shooting over fountain on the Grove makes a lot of sense. I'm also a little concerned about how we would actually structure that, since it's virtually over the the clean out duct anyway. So I'm a little worried about how all those mechanics would go in. So I would consider, if we consider that one, removing the water jets. I like the public art. I think the fountains need to be kind of artsy, because if they don't have water in them, if we do either the curved fountain or the wall fountain, I think you need to be able to anticipate what they might look like with no water running in them. And so having those be a little more artsy, and I think that's a good place to kind of incorporate, artists' perceptions on how those should integrate and what they might want to look like. I love the idea of like movable art, that installations that come in and come out on top of that. I also really took to heart a comment that Ms. Pfaff made during the Planning Commission meeting, which was around the string lights and her concern that they kind of gave like a beer garden effect. And as I began to think about that and do a little research on this, interestingly, there was a wonderful article in the Chronicle this weekend talking about illuminating the lighting of outdoor spaces. And I began to look at that and think a little more about it. And I actually think really good ground consistent uplighting of the trees, of the fountains, and good lighting in the walkways that creates a balanced lighting on both sides of the project, and making really sure there's no dark places, is actually maybe a better route to go on the lighting than having overhead strung lights. But again, that's a conversation we can have in stage 2. And then finally, with regard to the PLA, it seems to me that we're plenty far out to have a discussion around a PLA or not. That doesn't have to be resolved this evening. And I would really look forward to maybe some sort of a study session in the future where we could really have an understanding of this. And if it's something the council deems appropriate and works within the budget and makes sense, this is a really good little, like what I'm going to call pilot project, where we could try it out, see how it works for the city staff, see how much time we need, what our staff needs, what the labor unions need, and do kind of a little mini project that might lay the groundwork for future endeavors, and give us a chance to, over the next 2 or 3 years as we put this together, work collaboratively with our labor council partners on coming up with a prototype that will work for larger civic projects down the road, should we so choose to go that way. So with that, I can live with both designs. I have a tendency to go a little more toward the grove design with the trees, because I think it's more flexible space and more traditional. And over the long term, we would probably be happier as a more timeless design.
Are you ready, Madam Mayor? Through the mayor?
Councilmember Brownrigg's next.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple of things. One, I will only say this once, but I have to express a little bit of frustration, because when we were first interviewing firms several years ago, we asked about dollar per square foot for public square, and the number that came up with for half of the square that we have was 1 million. And so then we doubled it to 2 million. And that was the ask we made of the developer. So I am a little bit frustrated that the number is so much higher. That said, I think this is one of the best investments we'll make for this city, because I think for 100 years, this will be the town square where people gather. So I'm prepared to make whatever investment we need to make this a classic and forever design. I agree that the jet fountain should just be removed. In terms of thinking about and I will say something that Councilwoman Colson has heard me say many times, there's a point at which you take input from lots of people, whether they're council people or they're regular people. And then there's a point at which the designers need to own the design. And I think we're coming close to shifting to the point where you can't design by committee, that the old joke of how you get an elephant. Having said that, one of the decisions that a number of members of the public made, and I think a lot of comments is this should not be a single space. This should be 2 rooms. I actually thought it might be kind of cool as a single space, but many people said it should be 2 spaces. So if you adopt that theory, I think the Grove works extremely well for the Lorton room. I think it's elegant. I think it mirrors, very successful parks in New York and San Francisco. I will say, I think it absolutely has to have a water wall as both an anchor, as sound, as something that will make it a pleasant place to be with trash receptacles behind it. But I think the Grove works for Lorton. I think what's a little disappointing for me is the park room, not because I love the Jets, but because I sort of fall in the camp of a comment that Councilwoman Beach made a while ago, which is every classic square that you think of in Europe and Latin America has a fountain in it. And now this doesn't. But I'm also taken by the mayor's comments about using art. And I think Mr. Rebalos's comments, and by the way, welcome to Burlingame Civic Life. Thank you for showing up. That art can play the role of creating interest in public space. So thinking of the park side of the Grove design as being a little bit more of a blank canvas for the future doesn't make me uncomfortable. It makes me think that it's an opportunity. And so in all, I pretty strongly support the Grove design with a water wall. And I look forward to moving this forward as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm going to have to disagree with my friend Michael, but I do think, and I think you said it, and it's part of why I like the curve better. The Grove has been done, and it's been done many different places, and it's not unique. The curve is unique, and it fits the space a little better, and that's why I like it. But I'm going to leave that alone because I've already said that a few times. I just want to make really clear what I wanted to get back on is when I said I wanted the water feature, I wanted the interactive water feature removed, but I do believe that there should be another water feature, and I do believe the wall would be the way to go. The interactive ones, I don't think work for our space, and I think somebody just mentioned the culvert, which was really smart because I don't think we have room underneath to put all the mechanics. But with that, and I love the idea of Councilmember Coulson of having a study session to discuss the PLA. I think that's really important that we do that. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks. Lots of consensus here. 2 great designs. And I concur. I can totally support the Grove as well. My personal preference, I kind of liked the curve initially, kind of like Vice Mayor Ortiz. But having said that, I was really swayed by a lot of the planning commissioners who do this stuff for a living, gravitated towards the Grove, and I'm no expert in this. And so I defer to people that have, a lot of that spatial talent. What's important to me, I agree, the trees, the fixed gathering spaces with fixed furniture, both of the designs have it. I do agree. I think some kind of water feature, water wall is great. I'm fine with the dancing fountain being out the window. And if we have to phase in the water wall, that's fine too. I concur, Councilmember Brownrigg, we shouldn't design this by committee. We should let the artists do their job. But the water wall or fountain of some kind matters. I think that's a very valuable feature. I love the green wall as well. I really appreciate colleagues, I appreciate staff coming forth and presenting some numbers that accounted for, the potential to do a kind of a community workforce agreement. And I do concur with Councilmember Coulson that I think a study session where staff presents all the different cost-benefit analysis and what that would mean so that we could make sure not just prevailing wage, but that workforce has benefits on this public work project is a great opportunity to have that discussion and see if we can pilot it for future public works as well. So I think it's a great design. Look forward to seeing it come together. And if we can't afford it all at once, we phase it in, but we plan for it and we have a master design that's just going to be one for the ages. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beach. So it sounds like we have a consensus in general for the Grove. I would agree that the water wall would be a nice addition. So, and that's something, as mentioned before, if we can't afford it up front, we can phase it in later on down the road. And, you know, we may want to fundraise, or we may end up having some money extra somewhere else that we can utilize for this. I do like the art concept, and hopefully we can move forward maybe with the idea of temporary art. The kind of blank space on the park side doesn't bother me too much, because we have to remember, you know, you want people to be able to socialize and walk around, and there's the room for it. And so that doesn't really bother me too much. But I also agree that, you know, we can have a future study meeting to educate ourselves about PLAs. It's not my area of expertise, but would like to learn more about that and how that works. So I think we're all in agreement with that. Can I see nods? Okay, very good. I do see that Mr. Hopkins was on the line here. So I wanted to know if he would like to say a few words or any comments. There we go. I see you're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see you, so I don't know if you can see. I mean, I can't see me, so I don't know if you can see me, but
no,
no,
we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, that's even better. Thank you very much. Followed every part of this discussion. Very appreciative of how much work's gone into getting us to this point. You know, a lot of great comments. There's a lot to debate in terms of the pros and cons, but I'm very appreciative of where it's ended up. Very supportive, and you know, we're moving quickly, and the comment has been made about keeping up, and we're appreciative of this meeting tonight to move towards us all working together in unison. I think the coordination of the projects is the most important thing. We want everything to fit together perfectly.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Hopkins, and I appreciate you sitting in on this meeting.
Thank you.
All right. On that note, urban designers or urban field, you have been given direction. And I think Director Gardner, you see the consensus, so we can move forward to our next steps. And then I will work with the city manager then in setting up a study session in the future in regards to PLAs and learning a little bit more about them. All right, if everyone is okay with all that, we can move to our last item, item 10B, which is a discussion regarding amending chapter 6.39 of the Burlingame Municipal Code to allow off-premises massage services. And is it our...
I will be taking this one, Madam Mayor.
Okay, very good.
The privilege of the last staff report, so I'm sure everyone's very anxious to get it moving. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. This item comes to you based on some recent inquiries we've received from citizens as to whether or not the Burlingame Municipal Code, specifically Chapter 6.39, permits off-premises massage. These inquiries are from Burlingame residents who would like to conduct these services, but don't want to do it in contradictions of our rules and regulations. And just for everyone's knowledge, when we're saying off-premises massage here, we're referring to any massage that doesn't take place at a permitted massage establishment as we currently have, and most generally refers to massage practitioners who will go to a client's home to perform the massage services there. So a review of our current code, as well as the legislative history of that code, what we've done over the last 10 years, that shows off-premises massage is not permitted currently under the BMC. This was discovered after we looked over the past 10 years where there's been a lot of changes both at the state level and in the city. And since these changes were significant, and even though I know it's a little late at night, I wanted to provide you a little context with a quick overview. So in 2013, the City Council adopted an ordinance that was in response to California's Massage Therapy Act. This Massage Therapy Act made significant changes to the way the state rules governing massage practitioners and the establishments, and it specifically struck down and preempted any laws by municipalities that were in contradiction. Because the Massage Therapy Act significantly decreased the local government's authority to control the establishments, the law was obviously met with some resistance from those local governments. Many who felt that the legislation gave massage practitioners a somewhat elevated status over other local businesses. Also importantly, the act authorized the creation of the California Massage Therapy Council, which I will just call CAMTC from now on, which is responsible for the certification of massage practitioners at a statewide level. It's important to note that the CAMTC is not a government agency, but it's a nonprofit public benefit corporation, which has local leaders, law enforcement, massage professionals, other stakeholders all working together to oversee the certification of massage professionals. A core mission of that organization is to protect the public by certifying massage professionals throughout California. And to become certified, one has to be over 18, pay a $200 fee, pass a background check that includes a live scan fingerprinting, and show proof of at least 500 hours of study at a CAMTC approved school, among other requirements. So following the local government's resistance back in 2013 to the Massage Therapy Act, more changes were made in a 2014 state law, which shifted the regulatory oversight of massage businesses back to us, back to the local governments. And importantly to our discussion here today, it did enact restrictions in a government's ability to regulate CAMTC certified massage professionals. Specifically, it said that a local government could not require CAMTC certified massage practitioners to pass any test, undergo any medical examination, or have any background check to practice massage therapy in that jurisdiction, since they already did that to get certified by the CAMTC. So following that passage, we again, the Burlingame City Council, adopted a new ordinance in 2015, which addressed those changes. It's important to note that prior to the 2013 change that came after the Massage Therapy Act, the city did permit both massage establishments and off-premises massage, which they then defined as an out-call massage service, but it was never brought back into the city code after that time. And then back to today's discussion, the Community Development Department reviewed massage regulations in neighboring jurisdictions, and they found that Millbrae, San Bruno, San Carlos, and Palo Alto do not permit off-premises massage, but San Francisco, South San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland, Redwood City, and Mountain View each permit off-premises massage, albeit they have different levels of restriction based around it. Staff does note that permitting off-premises massage may present some challenges in regulating massage activity that aren't really an issue with massage establishments, as they, by definition, do not take place at a fixed location. The police department does lose the ability to inspect the premises during business hours, and these inspections can be a deterrent for criminal activity, obviously, but they can also note any health and sanitation issues that may exist at the location. Other requirements, such as a set price list that oftentimes you get when you go into a massage establishment, laying out the prices, those are harder to enforce as well. If someone's going to a client's home, we can't verify that that's actually happening and that those prices are going to stay throughout. However, these issues could all be lessened by going through the same requirements we essentially have for massage professionals here in the city, and that's requiring that they be CAMTC certified, because that does offer some extra protections. Finally, permitting off-premises massage would allow Burlingame residents to obtain these services in compliance with city regulations. This could protect residents by ensuring massage practitioner is CAMTC certified. That being said, the city doesn't have any data that I know of right now as to the existence or frequency of unregulated off-premises massage in Burlingame currently. And in conclusion, staff is requesting that the City Council discuss allowing off-premises massage, providing guidance whether staff should pursue an amendment to Chapter 6.39 of the BMC to permit it. And of course, we're here for any questions. Director Gardner and I both have our perspectives on it. But I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to start out that I actually brought this to the attention to staff just because I've had a few people inquire about this due to the fact during COVID, some of the massage businesses weren't able to be opened and many people were losing their clients. And so they were kind of looking at other ways to be able to provide their services in a regulated manner. And knowing that it wasn't allowed in Burlingame, they did come to me, and I'm sure they probably approached other colleagues that they wanted, if it was going to be allowed, they wanted to do it the right way. And they wanted to find out, what those steps would entail. So that's kind of how this came to be. I do have a question to our city attorney. So for the cities that do allow it, do you know of any issues that have come up with those cities, to your knowledge?
So I can also turn this over, and Director Gardner, please jump in if you have any extra information. We have not heard anything. We also got with Chief Matucci and asked whether he'd heard any issues with neighboring jurisdictions and his colleagues and his feedback. And of course, Chief Matucci, please feel free to speak up if you'd like. But the main understanding was that as long as the neighboring jurisdiction required that the massage practitioner who's doing the off-premises massage be CAMTC certified, there weren't any additional issues.
Okay. And then my assumption is they'd have to have a business license and that would have to get renewed every year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. All right. So colleagues, it looks like Vice Mayor Ortiz and then followed by Councilmember Brownrigg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to get this straight, so if an independent masseuse, if I want to hire an independent masseuse to come to my house and give me a massage, that is illegal. I cannot do that.
Right now, as the current Burlingame Municipal Code is written, that would be illegal.
Great. And I just wonder how many people have been cited for doing this in the last few years. And I'm gonna have to guess the answer is none, but I'm curious.
I will turn it over to Chief Matucci, who is on camera.
Yeah, there's been none, absolutely none.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Brownrigg.
So I'm inclined to say yes to this, but my concern is for the masseuse, him or herself. How do we protect them from not being abused when they walk into a strange house? Are we just, that's just a choice that person makes and a risk that they take?
Well, I would back on that. And what's the difference between a physical therapist going to a house or a personal trainer?
Or a house cleaner or a babysitter or a dog walker?
I guess, I definitely acknowledge there are many times when strangers walk into homes. I do think massage is a somewhat different, service, but PT is close. I grant you that. I worry about the masseuse more than anything else.
And Councilmember Brownrigg, there are rules that we can build into our code that require that they create a list and other things, but there is more of an inherent risk when they're not having it at the establishment, which is something that staff notes, and Chief Matucci can obviously speak to that, but that isn't something that we're going to be able to prevent completely.
Yeah.
Councilmember I'm sorry, Councilmember Brownrigg, are you done? Okay. Councilmember Coulson.
Thank you. So I too am inclined to support this, and with two things to think about here. So first of all, most and I have a couple friends who are professional masseuses, and generally they're going to clients that they've either they've either worked on in their establishment and they're going to a home visit for whatever reason, it's whether it's hours or whatever. I think it's really up to the massage therapist to make a determination as to how comfortable. And usually what you find is it's a reference or it's some sort of a already pre-existing professional relationship. And I really appreciate that they're coming to us to make sure this is legal and all square. And I think that does in and of itself provide more safety as opposed to sort of under the table activity and work. So I applaud both of those tactics that they've taken and how they've come to us. So I will support this. And then I really think that massage therapy, people do now consider that to be almost everything from sort of a mental health, like keeping your mental health through massage and physical therapy, and then physical health. So as we sort of evolve our thinking about mental health, physical health, and a holistic approach, I think more and more people, especially with COVID, are more comfortable in their own home, and we should try to accommodate the sort of changing this sort of changing lifestyle that people are getting accustomed to.
Councilmember Beach.
Thanks. Does staff have any strong recommendation whether or not in-home massage therapists should have some kind of that certification that came up before, or just wondering if you have any advice for us on that?
Yes, Councilmember Beach. I think that is something that in my personal opinion, I think that is something that the council should strongly consider, because I believe that safety issues become far less when you do have that certification, because when these people are allowed to go in those other person's homes, they've had a live scan, they've been certified, there's been a background check already put in place. And in some ways, it's making what may be happening illicitly, as Vice Mayor Ortiz noted, this may be happening all the time. However, those individuals do not have a log, and although I doubt it is very large, there might even be a bar to reporting, because people do not want to say that they're conducting a major business that isn't under the current city code. So I think in terms of safety and protecting both the masseuse and the client, CMT certification is something that's very important.
Thank you.
All right, if we don't have any other questions or comments, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to make a comment? All right, Megan, are there any emails?
No, there are not.
Okay, would anyone like to entertain a motion?
I'll make the motion to amend Chapter 6.39 of the Burlingame Municipal Code to allow off-premise massage services under the direction that you've received today regarding certification and log, and let the staff come up with what they think would be the most amenable.
Just to make sure I understood the motion correctly, Councilmember Colson, you're asking that staff bring a proposed amendment to Chapter 6.39 requiring CMT certification for off-premises massage, but permitting it.
And any other recommendations that you see fit to make it safe for both the clientele and the massage therapist.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Brownick?
Right. So I think Vice Mayor Ortiz, did I hear you second? I was going to just make a comment. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz.
So if I could just comment on the motion, I will support it. I would appreciate staff investigating the cities where it's been in operation longer and finding out if there is any kind of city sanctioned whistleblower type service. I think it's highly unlikely that somebody is going to call the police department if they've been harassed, but I do think an informal bulletin board, I'd like to know what other cities have done to try to enhance safety for masseuse. So if that could be part of the staff report, Mr. Spansale, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Okay, anyone else? Comments? So it sounds like we've had the approval, or sorry, motion made by Councilmember Colson, seconded by Vice Mayor Ortiz. Those in favor, or sorry, no, Megan has to do roll call.
Councilmember Beach,
Yes.
Councilmember Colson,
Yes.
Councilmember Brownrigg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ortiz,
Yes.
Mayor O'Brien.
Yes, and this will be brought back to us. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Excellent. All right, that leads us to council committee and activities reports and announcements. Does anyone want to add anything that isn't been submitted? Okay, if not, future agenda items. So we do have one, which will be the PLA study session. Any acknowledgements? Nope. All right. So before we adjourn, I just want to mention that we do have a budget study session, which will be held on Wednesday, May 12th at 6:30, in case the public would like to join us at that meeting. And then we'll have our next regular council meeting on the 17th of May. So on that note, have a great evening. Good night.